Okay. All right. Okay. So first thing we're going to do today is we're going to look at the pictures and compare um, a foot that was compare a foot with contracted heels, typical foot of a domestic horse that was trimmed by farriers, and then uh, I can't remember if Holly said the horse was barefoot trimmed, but then Holly, and this is the feet we looked at last week on the Marilana that was tack trimmed. She had very contracted feet, no heels when Holly first started with her. And then Holly was endeavoring to restore her feet, and the mare was wound up being very sound and rideable, even though, as we will see, her feet were still very contracted. And so we showed those feet last week. So we're going to look at that foot, and we're going to look at the foot off of a standardbred that's self-trimmed in a pasture, and he was a big boy for at least 3 years. And I'm not so sure he was ever much trimmed in his whole life. And of course, that was here in Kansas where it's sod and you have a lot of moisture. And frankly, I'm seeing that this country actually produces great feed on horses that um, can, in the right circumstances, they have enough room to move around, produce really great feed. So we're going to look at these feet, going to look at the feet off a mare that my husband bought that belonged to a church camp. Then they have a whole herd of horses, and all these horses have absolutely fabulous feet. And they barely get trimmed, but on occasion, because they don't need it, because they run in a big enough area, they self-trim. Okay, so just a bit. So let's see here. Let me get onto Facebook because that's where I put the pictures. And I was going to do this live, but then I couldn't get the the phone webcam thing to gel with my computer like I did last year. So, oh gosh, what is this? Oh, it's an 8. I'm trying to get in, you have to put in I'm not a robot thing in Facebook now. Well, how could that be? How could my password not be correct? Oh, for crying out loud, I was just in Facebook. You entered an old password. Well, let's go in another direction. I'm just seem to be having one thing after the next today. Oh, there we go. Okay, now go to my, let's see here. Okay. Okay, now I got to share. Of course, you have to find Zoom. Okay. Okay, can you are you seeing what you need to see there? Right here?
Yep.
Okay, so okay, so let me go to the first pictures. That's the inner foot. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, let me save this image. Let's see, what should I call it? SB. We'll just put it SB for standardbred 1. Okay. Okay, so I got the feed off of 4 standardbreds from a rescue. And what it was they were given to this one rescue from a standardbred rescue. And then when COVID came, uh, I don't know if they went out of business. Something happened to where they wouldn't take them back. And so this other place took care of them for 4 years. But then, due to finances and stuff like that, they were unable to continue to care for them. And so they were basically all put down and buried right there on that farm. And basically didn't even, you know, they lived a wonderful life up until the very end, and they were put down quickly and humanely, and then all buried together in honor instead of being sent to a sale or something like that, because they were also all horses that probably would have been hard to maybe find another home for. And as I said, COVID was going on, all that. Okay, so what I want to show you about this guy's feet is that he did not at all have any contracted heels. Now, something I noticed when we did the hoof chat last week, and we were looking at this foot here. I'm going to turn this over. Okay, we were looking at this foot here on the right. The one thing we saw was that I noticed then was that the alcohol that I have the feet in, because they're each in different buckets, had eaten the sole. See, at first I just thought the sole uh, cracked out, fell out. But then when I looked around in the bucket for it, it was gone. So that alcohol dissolved the sole, and the sole broke out in layers like what you see here. And so what I noticed today was the foot that is see, for one reason, this sole is like this. I'm going to turn it back over. I don't like this view. This sole is like this because the capsule is so contracted. Okay, meaning it's compressed and squeezed together, and it's a smaller circumference on the foot than what it's supposed to be. And so when that happens, you got the sole and you only got so many horn tubules, and of course the intertubular horn of the sole. And so when all that gets compressed into a smaller area, all those horn tubules also get all compressed together, and they make the sole way more dense than it would be normally. And so sometimes this is hard sole to trim because uh dead sole that you should be exfoliating looks live all the time, practically. You wind up having a false sole in there. And so what I found interesting was that on this foot, that alcohol dissolved a whole lot of that sole, but on this foot it didn't. And neither, see, and now I have these 2 feet from this horse, a front foot and a back foot. This is a front foot off of both them horses. But look how it did not dissolve the sole, the good sole, where the foot is not contracted at all. Um, I thought that was pretty amazing. And so the difference we want to look at here, like we might, here, I'm going to annotate so you can start seeing, like when we first look at this, we might, without looking at the frog, there's definitely a difference in the width, not just because this foot is a bigger foot. Okay. It's structurally different back here because it is not in any way, shape, or form contracted. To whereas this one is. That's why the frog is so narrow. See? So anyway, we're going to look at this, just the structural difference from this, and then we're going to look at the inner foot. So I'm going to annotate here if I can find where I'm at. let's see. Oh, there we go. Annotate. Okay, so one thing you want to look at on contracted feet on the heels, like just in looking at this, come on, annotate. Let me get
What
this.
picture are we supposed to be looking at?
Oh crap. Need to speak up sooner. Okay, just a minute. I forgot to change. It's the same picture, but I copied it and now it's bigger. So let me redo that. Just a second here. How am I going to do that? Okay. New share. This one. Thank you. You know, if you notice something strange or like things don't seem to be gelling, let me know. Okay. Okay, so this is Holly's horse over here, Lana, that had her heels trimmed out and super contracted heels. But she had been doing tack on her for several years and she had improved a lot to where she is sound, and she was taking her on trail rides and everything like that. Because these horses, even when they do have serious contraction and different things, they still can present sound and be ridden and things like that. If it weren't so, then nobody be riding any of the horses out there, because pretty much all of them have contracted heels one way or another, simply for the fact that um, when they trim them, they're taking the heels down. Even if they leave heels, a lot of times they're still taking heels down because they're not really understanding the whole back of this foot and how it works, or uh, how to maintain it or to restore it to what it is. Because if you don't know what it's supposed to be, how can you ever get there? Right? So what we have here on the foot on the right is a anatomically correct, structurally correct foot. Um, which I'm going to show you here when we look at the inside of the foot as well. Now, okay, so I got to annotate here. There we go. Don't want pink. Okay, we'll use red. Okay, so the first thing I want to look at here are the heel buttresses, which are right here. Okay. And the thing I want you to notice is this. Just a minute here. Let me undo that. And that is that the wall comes straight over to here. Okay. And then the bar goes, it's even here with the bar. See there, the wall ends here, and then the bar goes like that. And yes, I realize bars are a little bit long, blah, blah. Okay, but that's not the point. But now I want you to notice over here the difference. The wall comes around here like this, and you've got this hook. And then it goes like that, and then you have the bar. You see the difference? Okay, so you want to look for this, and over here it's even worse. Okay, the wall comes around like this, and there's a hook that goes clear in like that, and then you have the bar. Like so. So this, you're always going to see these hooks right here on these contracted feet, because all the heel and everything gets squeezed around, and the bars get deformed and distorted is what happens. But you don't see that on this foot here. This end, because I have that hoof back there, it's kind of hard to see over here. But it goes up like this, and then it goes down like this. I mean, this bar is a little bit overgrown, but
Linda?
yeah,
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but
that's okay.
when you said you're always going to see that little hook,
Mm-hmm.
I, not to be argumentative, but
Oh, well, I could be wrong. Okay.
well, you know, when they're false heels like my horse and the
Uh-huh.
buttress is completely gone, you don't see that. You just see it.
Okay.
The wall ends at the bar, that little triangle. So
Okay.
I was actually happy to finally see a little extra coming up there behind the bar. 'Cause
Okay.
that remember that totally false
Yeah.
heel. So just when you said always, it just kind of, I just
Okay.
wanted to say that.
Well, thank you for speaking up because, because first and foremost, you should never say
Yeah,
always.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and
Because,
not, yeah,
yeah, because as soon as you do, the foot makes a liar out of you, you
yeah,
know?
because I sure didn't see it in mine. There was
Okay.
nothing there. It was
No, that's
ball,
cool.
bar, the wall. Alex at me. I can't talk.
Okay.
Bar, wall.
Okay. Well, I change that. I rescind that. I reserve the right to screw up. Okay. It's very possible and often you can see this hook in there that shouldn't be there because ideally, and how it grows on the inner foot, the wall comes around like this. Okay. And then the bar is like this. See, it doesn't do this number and then the bar. Ideally, but also that might not be there like that, just so you know. But it is one telltale sign, okay, that you got contracted heels and they're not quite correct. Or scrolled in, rolled in, curled in heels. Okay, so let me undo this here.
It's interesting how he kept his toe long on the opposite side of
Yeah,
the run forward heel.
yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? The way that they trim themselves is super interesting.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
almost wondering if it would use that as leverage to try to help straighten it out. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, why not? I mean something is definitely going on in the way these horses are self-trimming. That's teach because what they self-trim, they correct their feet when they do it. Like if the toe gets long, like if the heels get low, the toe gets long, or well, the toe gets long and they break out in the quarters, then the back of the foot comes up and straightens up the heel. And then later, like the sides of the toe break off. I mean, it's just really interesting. And I know we're going to learn a lot more about it as we go. Okay, so now another thing here that's going on, your bulbs. The bulbs on this mirror are clear in here, like this. Maybe even more so. Um, it's hard to see here. I'd have to look, get the foot and look, but these bulbs here, they can wind up clear in here, like that. Okay, on him, his bulbs are right here. Very, very wide apart, and that is how they are supposed to be. And then the frog here, this is all frog stay area in here. And so this piece of periopal over the back is what Bracy Clark called the frog curtain. Because, well, in fact, this whole thing, all this, starting on the side here. I mean, the periopal is a band, it goes around the whole thing. But then you have this part that gets wider that covers all these different parts on the back of here and kind of ties the whole thing together. And he called that the frog curtain. Uh, and he might have specifically meant this piece here, you know. But I know that this whole piece of periopal is a little different than that goes around because you got different parts here, right? You've got the corium for the heel buttress here, and then the bar, and then the collateral groove, and then the corium for the frog lip there, and then the corium over the back that's open. And so you got all these different parts, and it's just pretty cool how this part of the periopal band just goes over this whole thing behind here. It kind of ties it all together, gives it a nice appearance. But anyway, okay. And the thing about the frog, let's see. Oops. Wait a minute. There we go. And so the frog is really nice and wide. Now, that's not to say that you could have trimmed out heels and have a wide frog too, because we've seen that as well. Because you get some horses or a lot that will contract like this, and others, as the heels are trimmed out, instead of contracting in like this, they'll get trimmed out, but they'll just go like this. And the wall as it's trimmed out will follow the shape of the foot and get wider to where your heel's wide, and of course it'll stretch the frog over to be wide like that. But it's still false. See, so you have to learn to recognize when you got a foot like that too. And I think one tail sign of that would be when you do a side view and you're looking at the cartilages. Pretty much, not going to say always, okay, but pretty much if you're going to look at a side view on a foot like that, that cartilage is going to be rounded down behind the foot. Okay, so
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was talking. Sorry, that's what I was talking about. My horse did that. The
okay,
whole back of her foot was a big flat triangle
yeah,
pad. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what it is.
And her frog did it go wide?
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
her hoof capsule has come in, and that's what I was talking about. The bar met the wall, and there was
Okay.
no hook, no buttress, nothing. So maybe that's like what you were talking about was
Yeah.
contraction. I was talking about the other.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah, well, that's really, see, this is why it's so great that we're all together here to share our different experiences and what's going on with these feet, right?
Mhm.
Because that's just another form of hoof distortion, and the heels still roll in like this. It's just that they follow the foot and go wide and pull the frog out wide like this. See? To make it, and so that's really deceptive. That could be really deceptive unless you're looking at the side of the foot and you see that the cartilages are all rounded out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So different, there are different types of this uh scrolled in, curled in, contracted feet, you know. Um, let's see here. Let me undo that again. Okay, so
Do you
let's,
have me again?
it's
Do you
okay.
have?
You speak up as much as possible, please.
Well,
Okay.
it's like we talk a lot about when they're contracted and the frog is narrow, but
Yeah.
I'm struggling and like I'm starting to I've made a lot of progress, as you know. My horse is doing really well, but I
Yeah.
know that true heel. It's their hind feet, and so
Hmm.
they're starting to. I'm really working more on the frog and the bars, and I'm trying to get a narrower frog, a more normal
Yeah.
frog, and I have, and it's been like 2 years now,
Yeah.
but I'm at that point where I'm really trying to get those heels to stand up. They want to flare out because she's such a big, heavy horse.
Yeah.
But her hoof capsule's gotten a lot bigger. But I just keep disconnecting the bars and keeping the frog trimmed. Is there anything else? Do you have examples of those? Is what I'm asking, I guess,
Um,
and how
right.
to on that more.
Um, I know that I trim a horse, a Morgan, that I've been trimming for about as long as I've been trimming my own. Okay. And of course, like my own, I trimmed the heels out of him. Only his foot did exactly what you're saying. His foot went wide. And I mean, it could look exactly like this here. Okay. But it, it it did what we're talking about here. Like, um it's not the real foot because the foot is like was like a two-thirds the size it should have been, and so it pulled all the cartilage down and under and stretched the frog way out, and yet he still has a foot that should look very much like this. It was just much smaller. And of course it did that deal where we talk about how it takes all that anatomy in the back of the foot and it pulls it down and shoves it forward into the coffin joint so that it forces the toe down onto the sole. So it's forcing the toe, internal toe, down and back. Whereas because you're trimming the heels down, it's setting all the horn tubules of the capsule at a lower angle to where they're shooting and pushing and growing forward. And so as far as the capsule wall and the dorsal wall and toe, that is pushing forward and up. That's the leverage that's on it, is shoving forward and up, while the internal toe is being forced down and back. And so you wind up with a very curved wall that is like a flare, but the whole wall is curved. Like the wall goes down, and then right when it gets to the bottom, it grows down horizontal, or no, vertical, grows down vertical in the dorsal wall. But then as soon as it gets to the bottom, it goes horizontal. So like, not like this horse, you know, his walls grow straight down the bottom here, so that you could easily nip this off, even with the sole, just like here. But on those kind of horses, it would be flat. This piece here would be flush and flat with the sole. So then if you were to nip it off, I mean, it's just harder, because they're going to have this curve up there. And so wide frog, this, that. And the only thing I know to do, which has helped this other horse, is continue to grow the heels. So the wall has, I mean, the capsule has to get bigger and stuff and release that cartilage. And then, trimming up the frog in here, especially on those kind of feet. Okay. All the frog that's been artificially distorted and stretched way over here, you want to make sure you're getting all this out, because it will keep, and the bars, just keep trimming the bars down, keep trimming the frog out, make sure you're trimming this area in here as well and stuff, and gradually it'll all get thinner and the capsule will get bigger and the heels will start to stand up. Because one of the things the heels need to stand up is that frog in the right place, in the right position, and growing correctly here in this area. Gradually, this frog, as it starts to come back and get correct, it's going to work kind of like a hydraulic thing, to where it's going to lift that back of that foot up. It's going to push into that frog stay area in the foot itself, and start pushing the back of that foot up, which is going to straighten that foot. I've seen it happen on my own horse. Even though he didn't have the real wide frog, he also did not have the super contracted foot. And so, but he had very run forward heels. And so people are always worried about run forward heels. Well, the reason, what happens is the internal heel itself gets bent and forced forward and sometimes crushed flat up into the foot. And so that capsule has to slowly be corrected and the frog put into the correct place. And as that frog comes back and starts growing up between those bulbs and pushing that up, well, then naturally, it's going to start to push those heels back down and back. So this is all a correction process of that internal foot that happens. Now, because we're learning more, we can probably think of things to facilitate, to get the growth and the change a little better, a little faster, maybe, but the problem is you're literally moving internal parts of that internal foot so it can go back to where it's supposed to grow that foot correctly, you know. And so since we're the first people ever to do this, we're having to get over some learning humps. You know what I mean? Because yeah. So anyway, let me correct this here. All right, so let's look at some more of those pictures. Now, trying to think if there's anything else I can think of right away that I want to say about this. Now let's just look at some more pictures here. Hold on. Okay. New share, don't forget that. Let's see, share. Okay. Oh, I forgot this thing does this. When did they add that? Or has it always been there that you can enlarge it? See, I didn't even have to do that with that other picture. Okay, so so this is the bottom. Just another view. Okay, this is the back view. Now, let's see. Okay, so do you see how this is the bulb right here? That is the bulb. I don't care what they say. To me personally, this whole area is not the bulb. To me, the bulb is the back here of the coronary band that grows the heel buttress where it turns to go under and turns into the bar. Oh, hold on here. Okay, hold on. Need a little drink of water. Okay, so
Linda,
yeah.
could you please insist on this area, the bulbs, the periopal, and the frog? Because in my case, I have something mixed back there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and along with mine as well. You know, with Valor, I've been like seeing all that, and I've been seeing all of that start to really define itself. You know, and I'll show you a picture here in a minute where the horse has the bulbs are gone. They're under the foot, and all you have is the hairline here with false heel. You know, because when you trim the heels out, this gets pulled under and in, and it can grow over the whole frog. So this whole area can grow over the frog can be stripped out, and this can grow over the whole frog. Just a minute here. So let me do a little annotating on this here. Okay, so this is a bulb. Now, this bulb, this might not even be the bulb. Okay, it looks like it right here, but just a minute, be about like so. But it could actually be wrapped, even on hers. I'll have to look at it more. It could be wrapped more internally because these bulbs, let's say that you're looking down, okay? And the bulb is right here. Ah, it's not very good. Let me redo this. Wait a minute. Okay, let's say we're looking down and your bulb should be like so. Now that ain't even right. I'm not doing this right. Just a minute. Bottom line is the bulb would come around about like so on each side, let's say. I'm not sure that's right. Okay, and when they get contracted, they can go like this. They can wind up clear up in here. Like so. See? That's how much they can get pulled in. I mean, it's almost like you're turning these feet inside out.
In this case, they merged into the frog material.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
you cannot define them.
yeah, yeah, they can be completely hidden and completely wholly buried. And I'm going to show you that here in a little while on my pony. Okay.
And the problem
Miracle.
is that we have the periopal material, and when you go to define things, all of a sudden you're trimming the periopal.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can have periopal
It's
over the
very
whole
tricky. I
frog.
am exactly at that phase now.
Okay.
I trimmed. I'm in Benenitra's hoofs go extremely nicely,
Uh-huh.
but when you go there, it's everything merged
Yeah.
in each other.
Yeah. Yeah. You can have like a combination of frog, periopal grown over the whole frog. It's
And
really
bulbs.
pretty amazing.
Yes, it
You know?
needs time to separate everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, I just had something happen on the pony that blew me away, which I'll show you. I mean, I've come close to decontracting her feet several times, and it's contracted feet that leads to laminitis. Um, so I've come close to decontracting her feet a couple of times, and then would do something, make a mistake, and then she would rotate again. Okay. Or something like that. And so this time, I've been working on her with the knowledge I have now about the toe that you should not be taking those toes on those laminar wedges back like they do. Okay, that's what that can really cause disaster because these feet are designed when these feet rotate and there's a laminar wedge, that foot is keeping the sole and the wall connected together. And so when you come in there and you still got a very contracted foot and behind because there's so much pressure pushing in there, and you come in there and you think, well, that don't look good, so I'm going to take that toe way back. Well, what happens is then you destroy that laminar connection that the foot has developed to keep the sole connected to the wall. And so then the wall is not connected to the sole like it should be. And so the weight of the horse on the sole pushes the sole down and then it's disconnected from the wall. At the same time, you've got all this pressure in the back of the foot because you've trimmed out the heels and the back of this foot is all, pulled down like this. And the horse in his real foot wants to stand up here, not down here. And so his foot is pulling up like this and it's disconnected at the toe. And so that's when you see those walls flip up and you'll see, I don't know if I can draw it here. Let's see here. Okay, you'll see, and the growth rings will be pretty wide back here. Okay, but then they'll get real narrow up in here. And the heels grow, but the toe never does. Hardly at all. And that is from, okay, uh, if if this laminar wedge is destroyed or you keep lowering heels, when you keep lowering heels, the horse wants to stand up again because that's the way his foot was designed. His hairline's meant to be up here, not down here. See? And so that you wind up having this mechanical thing going on in the foot and the toe is not holding together. Um, these horses, when you're fixing the back of this foot, when you're releasing and growing the back of this foot, when you have a rotated foot, and kind of wish I wouldn't have got into this, but okay, so people look at these feet and they're seeing a coffin bone like this. Okay. But the truth is, the coffin bone is usually like this. See, and the horse is actually standing on his tiptoe, but you look at the foot and you think, well, that foot needs to look like this. I'm going to take that toe off. Okay? You haven't done anything except messed up the connection of that the horse developed to try and hold his foot together between that laminar wedge that's right here and the sole. That's what I finally figured out them laminar wedges do. They're holding the sole, they're holding the toe together. See? And so you come in and disrupt that. Well, then you wind up with more rotation and more separation a lot of times in this area of the wall here. Anyway, I didn't want to get into all that, but let's see, clear that. Okay, so now this guy, whereas her bulbs are probably still curled in here, they probably are, because if you will see a crack right here. Okay, so that means her bulbs are probably also kind of curled in there. All right, but his, not at all. His come right over into here. Very wide. I'm trying to tell where this one is. Right about there. Very wide. And then in between here is frog. Very thick frog stay. Wide frog stay. Very narrow frog stay. Now, look, you could have an even more contracted foot than this where let me see here, where the frog stay wasn't even this wide. See, hers is about that wide. You could have one, if the heels are really contracted, where it just stands up like this. See that? Okay. Well, due to people, so-called experts, dissecting super contracted feet with contracted heels and seeing a frog stay that looks like that, well, they started calling it the frog spine. When it was named 250 years ago by Bracy Clark for the first time in discovering it, it was named the frog stay. But because they didn't know it was called the frog stay, and they saw it looking like that in contracted feet, they assumed, they said, well, it's kind of spiny looking, I'll call it the frog spine. But you're going to see in this foot that is not contracted at all, that it is big and fat and wide and does not look like a spine in any way, shape, or form. And so his frog stay is big and bulbous and very wide, like so. Okay, and Bracy Clark also called it the bolt. And so what we want to do when we correct these feet is, like when these bulbs get moved out to here on both sides and that frog comes back through the heels where it's supposed to be, what we want to do is, forgot what I was going to say. But anyway, okay, now I remember. What we do is we keep stuff at a working, comfortable minimum so that the hoof capsule can move and the foot can move and everything can be pushed back into place. Because here's the thing, that foot wants to be where this foot here is. It doesn't want to be contracted. The whole time it's contracted and pulled down, the cartilage and the digital cushion are bursting to get out and to be free and to be in the position they were meant to be in. So they are constantly pushing. See, that's the thing. See, we make that work for us, okay, because that cartilage is wanting to go back where it's supposed to be, and that digital cushion is under so much pressure. Everything in that foot is pushing that stuff out. And so if we can just learn to remove and change boundaries on parts and grow other parts, we can help that inner foot return to what it was meant to be, what it wants to be, and where all the pressure inside that foot is pushing it to be. And so on some of these feet, they'll develop even a little more wide frog stay, but it's out of place, it's forward, and it's not in the place where it should be. Therefore, you have to, within reason, thin it down, give it the opportunity for the heels to separate and for it to move, and for the frog corium itself to move and grow this frog stay and the whole frog from a different location. See, we're doing this constantly, that we try and trim in a certain way to kind of reduce things, but still give the horse enough support, while at the same time allowing the foot flexibility to be able to move internally and kind of grow stuff from a different position that each time will be closer to what the foot is supposed to be. So let's see here. Okay, so let's see.
Quick question.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about that little periopal rope. If
Yeah.
you see that, does that mean? Because see, I got this young. She's almost 3 now, and I've been intact, trimming her, doing her myself the whole time. But it seems like at some point her feet, they just always have that. I can't tell if I need to trim that out all the time. Her feet don't look contracted, but if that rope is there, does it need to go? Does that mean it's contracted? That's my question.
Well, see, it depends on what it's doing. Like if it's just filling up this area here and getting thick, yeah, you should be cleaning it out, you know? Because this all has to exfoliate so that those bulbs can expand. Now, it's interesting. I was just looking on this foot. You can really see the detail of the periopal rope and the periopal band here, which is very interesting. Just a minute here. Okay, so look at this right here. Really interesting. Now, the periopal, of course, grows down beyond that, but I don't think I've ever seen one so perfect. You know, that's just amazing. That this part can do so much to help these horses survive and keep this on the foot, and stuff. So, me personally, I would work at kind of cleaning this out in here, you know, and stuff, just so that it doesn't get congested and hard, and so that as the foot is growing, it can expand. I mean, what do you think?
Well, that's my question, because I feel like I'll do it I try to do it when it rains to give her, and like her little frogs didn't even have a sulcus in them, so I felt like
Okay.
her foot wasn't being allowed to grow, and so I started cleaning it out, and then I was just sort of unsure if I needed to be doing it all the time, always, or what.
I wondered that on my own horse until I realized, like, have you been here for the deals when we realized there was no central sulcus?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I've had that on my own horse, and I had to make one.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, I mean different in that there's no such thing as a central sulcus. That's a distortion that they've been feeding us forever. Okay.
Oh.
Have you been here for any of those hoof chats where we talked about that?
I don't remember. I can go back and look. But no, I don't remember the.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll talk about that again. Okay, so like in the foot, well, here, when we look at this next picture, I'll show you. See, all this stuff in the anatomy that they teach, there's so many errors and so many misinterpretations of things. And so they have this area they've been calling a central sulcus, okay, because it's kind of down on the frog in the center of the foot. Well, come to find out, that's that's on all those feet. In every single one, they show any drawing where they're pointing to a central sulcus. Every single one of those feet is contracted, and the bulbs and the frog and everything is pulled down under the foot. And so when you take that frog corium and you pull it down and you shove it forward under the foot, it takes this part that's in the very back of the foot that's open, that grows this frog, and it shoves it under the foot, and then they call it a central sulcus. When in reality, that part that's down under the foot that they're calling a central sulcus belongs back up here.
Okay, yeah, I do remember
See?
that. And I guess that's my question is if that open part there has a periopal rope holding it together, do you always need to clean that out?
I don't know.
Hmm.
You know, I don't know. I just know that when I when I look at these wild horses and stuff like that, that they exfoliate, they get enough movement to where they're exfoliating. And plus, especially if they're in any kind of environment where they can be in the water a lot, well, then that adds to it too, because then all this can stretch, and their foot can stretch it out. So moisture and you trimming it out, I think is a good thing, you know. Um, because I don't know everything, because I have never had a young horse to apply tact on. But I understand the foot. I understand about these wild horses, and I've looked at these young wild horses and some of the pictures. Like I always looked at Russell, this one Charles Russell painting. Well, or was it Frederick Remington? Can't remember. And it was called wasn't called Road Hard. It was called uh oh gosh, I can't remember, but it's it's of an Indian on a horse on a cliff. And it's a really young horse, and he's with the war party. Okay. And you can tell this may be a long yearling, you know. And the way that he painted the feet was absolutely amazing, because the bulbs and the cartilages on this young horse were huge. And see, I can tell by looking at the situation. Road Down, that was the name of the painting. Okay, Road Down. And so I can tell they catch these horses wild, but they also raise their own horses, that, and it's in the desert and sagebrush and rocks. And so I can tell that this colt, he got enough movement to wear all that down, so that as his foot was growing, the capsule was expanding as well. So you want the capsule to expand, and we're finding out that this can really inhibit that, this little thing back here. So I am constantly now trimming this on my own horse, so for restoring the foot. So I would imagine on a young horse that you really would keep an eye on it and keep it open and keep it healthy and keep that frog growing, and get moisture to the feet if you can, and things like that. Okay. All right. So let's look at.
So, Linda, I
Yeah.
think we should use more the words, keep the back of the hoof apart,
The bulbs.
because yeah, all the back of the hoof. I mean, it's our goal to keep the bulbs and the heels apart, to widen the back of the hoof. It's very important to have higher heels,
Yes. Yes.
especially to horses that have no heels or
Yeah.
have been trimmed without heels.
Oh,
But it's
yeah.
very important to begin to think that we should keep these heels apart,
Yeah.
wide.
Yeah.
It's very important to put in our mind that the key to a good hoof is keeping the heels wide,
Yeah.
apart.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, especially if it's a correct hoof. And then we have to remember too that you can have because see, they're always showing these feet they think are good that are wide, but they're actually just another version of a trimmed out heel, false heel, and
Yes,
stuff.
if they are laid over the
Yeah.
sole. Yes, I know. But I mean, it's so important to get into your mind this image, because you have to spread the heel buttresses,
Yeah.
the back of the frog,
Yeah,
and the
absolutely.
bulbs, and the bulbs, and the lateral cartilages. It's very important to keep this part of the hoof at the correct position.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I'm working on Valor too. And that's what you're working on your horse, huh?
Yes.
Is because you and I are kind of close to being in the same spot with our horses.
Yeah.
See, now here you're gonna see a stark difference.
You
Again,
see in this picture, you see what huge difference these pictures, these two hoofs have.
yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting. I am so glad I got these feet. Well, both. Holly's, I mean, look at the frog. Look at the frog, how narrow it is, and the collateral grooves and the frog stay. But here's something really interesting because see what we learn here is that as you trim the heels down, it curls, it can curl the heels in. Sometimes they're pulled wide and then it'll stretch this frog wide and their heels are still trimmed out. Most of the time it seems to be a case of contraction, more like this, a form of contraction. Now, on my horse, the frog never did get this narrow, but his heels were still contracted. They were just more curled in and pulled apart, pulled wide. Because, it just depends on the circumstances of however that horse is trimmed and their individual foot, what kind of, what kind of distortion, contraction they're going to take. So if you look at her, you're going to see that the heel buttress is curled in like this. The points are this way. It's pointing that way. See? And over here too, right there. Okay, it's pointing this way. Like so. On him, it's like this. It's pointing this way. It's hard to see. It's pointing this way. See the difference? Okay. And then, of course, look at the big, fat, wide frog stay here. See, which Bracy Clark also called the bolt. And then look at this one here. So, and then the other things you want to look at, you can look at the bars, how are the bars distorting? Different things like that. So pretty cool, pretty interesting to compare, these 2 feet for sure.
And you have, of course, to imagine all these things that are inside, that now that we're looking inside, to imagine this thing on the outside.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see, and if we look enough, we can go back and forth and back and forth. You know what I mean? Back and forth and see. That's why I'll post these pictures and just taking them and looking at them uh to compare to see, okay, I'm going to spot this on the outside. What is it I'm looking for? You know, Learning how to recognize different things. Um, even just the width of this area here. I was going to look and see if I could tell where the bulbs were. We'll look on the foot too, see, because I took, um, whatchamacallit. Okay, this second, clear all drawings. All right. Okay, so yeah, and then even up here in the front of the frog, I mean, look how squeezed together this area right here is, compared to this. Let me do that again. Okay, so this frog, it's like that, but this one, it's like that. Look here, you can see where the frog lips are. There's little froggy lips, for lack of a better name. Didn't we have a Greek name we could call that? Much better than lips. How do you say lips in Greek again?
Heli.
I can't pronounce it. I can't say that.
Yes. No, not all Greek words are easy to use.
Uh, okay, so that's the inner surface of the capsule. So very interesting. Something like that. Anyway, okay, let's get out of there. Okay, so let's look at some more pictures here. Now, let's see, got a new share. The more we know about these feet and what the true foot of the horse is, uh, let's see here. Okay, well, how could we ever put the right foot on our horse if we don't even know what it was? So just staring at these things for hours makes me want to stare at them for hours just to see all the differences, and stuff. Okay, so we're going to look at the inner foot, and as you can see, let's see here. Let me make it bigger. Okay, so annotate. Let's see. Uh, there's supposed to be something here that you can make your line thinner. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So, I mean, you're supposed to be able to see the difference between the bulb and the frog lip. I mean, you could see on this that the bulb comes down and it looks like it might be right there. Over here somewhere, I don't know. It's kind of all confusing. and stuff, just the way it's pulled down. I'll have to get it in person and really study it to try and figure out. It's just like Angeliki was saying that it all gets merged together back there. What should be separate and distinguishable gets kind of just crushed and merged together. Just a minute here. Let's look at a good foot here real quick. See, all that corium is just one thing, seamless, one thing right next to the other. And so then when everything gets pushed together, let's see here. Oh, here we go. Okay.
In this picture, I would say that the bulbs are halfway to the center of the frog,
Uh-huh.
I was thinking the same thing.
where the sulcus ends.
Okay, here's a good foot that did not have any. Of course, we can look at also, come to think of it, I got the foot of the other horse as well we can look at. But this horse would have been about the same size as that mare. And so here you can see everything is pretty defined, you know. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to go back to the other one. We'll look at that other picture just a minute here. Okay, yeah. You know what? You're probably right. It is probably down in here. It's because this here is supposed to be clear up here. See, all this is
Exactly.
pulled down. Yeah,
Exactly. It arrives in the middle of the halfway in the middle of the frog.
yeah,
It's different material.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it just all looks really, yeah, at least
There,
down there.
there,
Look at that.
exactly,
Yeah.
there. Yes,
And that's the
exactly there.
spot.
Wow. See, now that's really interesting since it's right here, but it's supposed to be clear over here. You know, and this is right here, but it's supposed to be clear up here. So all this just gets pulled down and under the foot. Okay,
And
let's
if
look.
you see the bars, they are roundish towards the frog. You see,
Yes, yes.
this is not the correct bar.
Yeah, it wouldn't grow the correct bar, would it? And like this heel, I noticed it's very curled around over here. Okay, let's see here.
Yes, the more we look, the crazier we become.
I know. I know. Okay, so this is his foot. Let's enlarge that. Okay, quite a difference. You know, his bulb is right here.
Ah, you see, here the bulbs are defined.
Yeah, right here. And look how straight the bars are. And the heel's not curled around. And nice and wide in here, you know, whatever you want to call that now. Since it's not in the center of the foot. Can't call it a central. Well, if it's centered here, but not clear down up under here, you know, let me look back here. Okay. So this, they would call a central sulcus kind of pushed down under the foot here. Okay. Because it's under here, but this is up high between the back of the bulbs, you know?
And I see another thing in this photo,
What's that?
that the bulbs are covering the lips of the frog.
Okay. The bulb comes
Where
right here
the lip-
and
Yes, there.
And then-
Where this green thing, the green grass, looks like a piece of grass.
yeah,
Yeah. Where are the lips of the frog?
yeah, they're like right here. Kind of merged right here. I
Yes.
mean, because frog grows all in the center of it. I do believe it's right here.
Yes, because if you have the
Right.
capsule
Well,
on,
okay, right here.
all this
Maybe.
all this part will be pushed backwards
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if you have the capsule on
Yeah.
these soft tissues.
okay, so there's hers again. And you can see, let's see, annotate. Okay, you can see this is this is what grows the heel buttress right here. Let's see. Again, what direction are they pointed? That one that way, that one like that. And like you were saying, the bars are curled in like so. And this crease here, that's not even supposed to be there. This little crease right here, going all the way down to here, that's because the frog corium is squeezed together. And so it's made this crease right here. So like I'm examining this with you all for the first time. Let's see here. Let me try this. Okay. Let me get a different foot here. Okay. So we'll look at a clearer picture. There we go. Again, take a good look at this frog here. And of course, the capsule's been removed from this. And so the heels, the bulbs have slightly come in, but if we were to put the capsule back on, it had a much, had the frog stay in there, kind of push that apart. Because it's like the those parts of the capsule, the heel buttress bars, frog stay, all that is the only thing that really keeps maintains the shape of the back of the foot because it's all soft cartilage and fat. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to there. Okay, so there is her foot again, and let's see. See, quite different back here. Now that there is his the top of his leg, but I'm gonna draw on this here. Okay, so what I can see, the bulb is like right here. And of course, this part here grows the frogs or the whatchamacallit, heel buttress. Heel buttress, this area here. Okay. All this is heel buttress right in here. That should not be pointed that direction. That was the bulb. Just a minute. Let me undo that. Okay, so heel buttress right here. So again, what direction are the heels pointing? More back. And then here's the frog. Now, the actual thickness of the heel would be here. And I wanted blue. Would be here. Okay. Well, wait a minute. This whole thing. Okay. That's all heel buttress, this whole thing here. And then you see on some of these horses where the frog, well, we'll just make you green. The frog, as the heel buttress grows, will attach itself to the heel and grow with the heel. The periopal on the back of the frog and the frog itself will attach itself to that heel. And then when you look at the back, even if the heel is 2 inches long, it can look like it's just all one unit. Okay, so here's the, let me see here. So the frog corium that grows the frog, this is what the back of the foot looks like. Right here. This is the frog. This is the frog right here. And so the frog lip kind of goes kind of like this. And then this grows a big, huge lump of frog called the frog stay. Let's see here. Which is going to kind of fill up this area here. And be attached to the heels. You know, and this is all going to be filled up here. That is not in the center of the foot. That is not down here. See? Central sulcus. When does it get down here? When all the heels are pulled, pushed, are trimmed out, and all this anatomy is compressed and forced under and into the foot. So not a very good drawing, but you get the general idea. Okay, well, and look how nice and straight the bars are. You know, here's the here's where the sole is, right here. What I call it the sole platform. Probably has a more official name. Let's see here. Let me undo this. Okay. So he's quite a bit bigger than her, but her foot is supposed to be just a smaller version and the same as his. See? These feet are the same, basically. Well, they are the same. They're just a different size. And of course, this one had her heels distorted and had contracted heels, and this guy didn't. So, you know, if you can imagine what this horse would have been like. And here's another thing, too. When we're talking about how distorted this frog was, you can see it kind of pooches out. Let's see here. You see how it kind of, even though it's creased together, it kind of pooches out here. So that was another area of distortion in that foot. You figure it's all soft tissues and it's all crammed and smashed and, compressed together.
Linda, in his foot, you can also see the crescentric,
Yes, you
the
can, can't you?
natural. Yes,
Yeah.
there. Yes, the natural shape of his natural shoe.
Yeah, you
On.
can. That's, yeah.
You see there?
Yep, I do. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's see. I'll annotate it a little bit here. Oh. Yeah, you can see it right here.
Yes. Yes. And we should keep in mind that this hoof now is soft and it's a bit moving to places
Mhm.
without the support of the capsule.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But look, her sole, how round, how flat it is
Yeah.
on the toe.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Guys, do you see what I see?
Mhm.
Because I'm the only one who speaks up here, and I don't feel
Well, I can see
quite right.
a little bit here, but it definitely, all that compacted sole definitely affects how they're shaped, you know.
I see it.
So do I.
Thank you.
Thank you, because I never held a hoof in my hands, and this is the only chance I have to see things through Linda's photos. So I try to see the more I can.
That's awesome. Okay, here's the back now. And you can definitely see how those bulbs pull down and how, and even now that we look at this, to me, you see even more how the frog is just pushed and crammed into where it shouldn't be, distorted, you know? You can see how the bulb skin comes down here, how it definitely curves on the periopal there.
Linda, here I can see more things. Can you please go back?
Yeah, yes, please do.
Do you see the bulbs up on her hoof, and where the frog stay is in? So if you put your finger between the cartilages, you cannot feel it.
Up here?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. You see, that's the difference when we feel this frog stay on the back of the hoof, where the cartilages come down, come
yeah,
up. When they come up, they release this thing. This. Sorry, guys,
cartilage.
but yes, I
That's
have to translate. The frog stay is shoved in, so you
Yeah,
cannot feel it.
yeah. See, it's pretty cool. See, having, and I know other people are seeing stuff too, and the more we watch this, the more things we will see, but yeah, that is pretty cool there to recognize that, to see it and start to understand more of what's going on. Because, I mean, look how this is curved down into there, and this part here, That's supposed to be clear up here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If we go to his hoof now, you
Okay.
will see difference. I didn't have the chance to see it when you
Okay.
had
Let's see here.
go to the right of the photo. Ah, no, you don't have it.
How about this one?
Yes, exactly. Hey, you see the difference?
Man. Let me get to annotate here so I can mark it. Okay, so
I
his
am on my telephone, so I can enlarge with my fingers the photos. I don't know if anybody else can do it.
bulb is pretty much here. And his frog stay up higher and right there.
No, it's higher, even higher.
Even higher.
Yes, it's larger, is wider there.
Okay.
So if you put your finger there, you can feel it.
Yeah. Like put a finger or a thumb and finger here
Yes,
and you
your
could
thumb.
squeeze it and you would be able to feel it.
Yeah, blisters and skin.
Well, see, and next week I'll get this video right and we'll trim this foot up so we can define all of its parts.
Big toe, you came
You
off
know?
in one solid piece, and it was just this healthy piece. This is skin. No, no. Okay. Anyways, so
Okay. Let's see here. Pretty interesting. That's all I could say. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so here we can look at them together. Of course, we looked at the capsules before, but looking at them we might be all through them. I can't remember. But here, we'll go ahead and mark them since we have them both here. Again, let's see. Okay, so again, her bulbs, well, let me get a different color so it show up. Her bulbs are compressed together and go down like that. Okay, his are very wide, like so. Okay, her frog, well, it's right there. His is very wide. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's all I can say. And then, of course, this area right here. A minute. This split right here, compressed together, and his very wide. Like so. And of course, we know it's a big old chunk of frog up in there. Like so. So pretty interesting, pretty cool. And again, how that it's not ammonia, thank God. I thought I was getting ready to kill myself here a while ago because I was thinking when I had those feet out here, of course, maybe alcohol do the same thing. Will
does.
alcohol and Clorox kill you too?
Yep, anything you mix with chlorine, with Clorox is going to release chlorine gas, and you get enough and it will kill you.
Okay, yeah, all right. Good to know that. Thank you.
Don't mix bleach with anything.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Uh anyway, yeah, because see, I had that alcohol. They're in alcohol. I had the alcohol on there wasn't a lot, okay, but there was some. And then I used Clorox wipe to wipe it up. And then I was sitting here when I was talking to you, it was not smelling good in here. I wasn't liking the smell of it. And I'm going, that's when I went, uh-oh, I think I made a mistake. You know, I
You
left.
did.
I left and went got me a rag and some water and wiped it up real quick and put a fan on. So yeah, I knew somebody years ago worked at a pool, okay, and mixed chlorine and ammonia and died. So yeah, you don't want that. I've known other people who have uh, uh, got permanent lung damage from stuff like that. So anyway, okay, well, yep, this is now again, the whole deal of how the sole on this foot
And here's the
here
thing, they-
dissolved and this foot didn't. So what's that telling you? Right? That there's something
so my kids started
uh
acting dumb when we watched it.
intrinsically wrong with this sole. Oops. Very, very interesting. Okay, well, and so then I want to take and show you something here. Just a minute here. Undo some stuff. Um, let's see. Okay, here's another view. But when you go in, then it cuts top of the foot off. But wow, look at the difference in the bulbs from this view. It's quite stark, you know, this area right here. See now, Valor's let's see. Let me do an annotate. So Valor's bulbs are okay. So this is look at his bulbs. You can really see where the bulb is now.
Share.
Oh, sorry. Just a minute. Okay, got that?
Nope.
Okay, so no?
It's still the
Well,
other 2 feet.
oh, okay, just a second here. Let me redo this. Eh, let's see. Okay, do you see it now?
No. Nope.
Well, let me stop share and then go back to it. Do you see it now? All I'm showing is the two hoof capsules, but a different view.
I see the 2 hoof capsules, yeah.
Okay,
A slightly different view.
okay, so there's the view we had. Oh man, I just want to throw that phone in the trash. Um, I should have taken off the hook. Okay, so look at this. This is so interesting. See, every view you look at, you start to see and understand more. And on this view, let's see. On this view, I'm gonna, this is so distracting, this phone. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take it off the hook. Okay, I'm back. So what struck me about looking at this, see, trying to define the parts to these feet, what they're supposed to be like, you know, and then see it on your own horse's feet and cause so you know where you're at and where you're going. Um, let's see here. What I
Lindia,
yeah,
can you please define the sole on both hoofs with a
okay.
red color so we can see the structural difference?
Okay. Well, see, this is the thing too. The sole can look the same. It could look the same shape. You know, I mean the
Yeah,
bars over this
let's
side
see.
here. What?
Yes, let's see it.
See, they can look very similar. But in reality, what's going on underneath is completely different. You know, um, the way it's compressed, like the way this foot would be totally compressed, that affects the sole as well too. The fact that the frog is pushed forward. Now, uh, here's something I see too, is that that frog looks like that, you know. But yeah, the sole can look similar. Like you could look at this and you could think that your heel buttress, see, it kind of deceives you, makes it look like it's like your heel buttress is pointed that way. See? That's why it's so deceptive, because when you look at these at the triangular area of the sole, and then you look at this, it makes it look like your heel buttress is pointed that way. In reality, your heel buttress, we already saw, we know for a fact that the heel buttress on this horse is not pointed that way, that it is pointed in like that, where you can see it on this little hook. And if you followed this down to where it starts, you would see that it is pressed right up against and pushing the frog in. See, to where this heel buttress here really is pointed that way, or well, kind of like that, you know. So see how deceptive it is? You know, my horse's feet were contracted and I didn't even know it because of that. Because this triangular area will catches your eye and it makes it look like the heel buttress is like that. But that is not what's really going on. See? And now that I look at all these, I can see how I was deceived by the foot. You know, and why does it deceive us? Because this foot is made to adapt to distortion and create another but false version of itself that will hopefully work to keep the horse alive. You know, so it has multiple false versions of its true self. You know, it's very, very schizophrenic. It's bipolar. No, I don't know, uh, but just all these different adaptive versions of itself. And then, and I mean, it can form this on its own, you know, given the right environment and circumstances, you know, through not getting enough movement or getting too much movement or not getting any moisture or getting, I don't know, well, yeah, there could be too much moisture for sure. But then you get just the right amount of dry and rough environment along and movement along with also a lot of moisture, like the Salt River horses um, in Arizona, and you get these amazing, amazing feet. You know, and anywhere where they can, if they can get some moisture, they don't get too much wear. I mean, things like that, you're going to find horses with some amazing feet where they're just right, where this frog has developed just perfectly. See? So anyway,
I will still, I'm still looking at the sole.
what do you
How it
see?
was designed. And I see that the left one, the hair sole,
Uh-huh.
looks compressed.
Yes, it does, doesn't
The
it?
whole sole, the design of the sole
Yep.
looks compressed and smaller
Yes.
because the hoof is smaller.
Yeah, yeah, and
It's not expanded.
yeah.
How can I describe it?
Yeah. And what's interesting is this foot here looks flat, you know, pretty much, but it's totally healthy. It's convex and concave. You know, there is a convex sole ridge here and there is concavity here, but the whole sole has grown to merge into just kind of one smooth unit, you know. But if you were to, when I go to trim this, if I go past uh, the where the wall meets the sole, then you will start to see, you know, you will start to see the first time I hit it with the rasp, you'll see, let me make a sticker. You'll see just a little ledge like this. The first time you hit it where the wall is even with the sole, and the first time you hit that sole, you'll see just a little mark like that. Hit it a couple more times, and it's going to widen out like so. Hit it again, it'll be even wider. And then if you keep rasping, you get to about here, and this will all be flat. You're going to have a nice clean white line there that's really yellow. And then you're going to have your wall, the whiteness of the wall that's in here. And let me just see. Be like this. Now this all level with one another, see? But when you get to right here, if you keep rasping, well, first of all, it would get more and more yellow because right here is where it's going to go concave. See, it's convex here, but it'll go concave here and down towards the frog. And see, this is convex. Convex. Like so. That's the reality of what's there. See? Once you rasp into all of it.
You know why I insist on saying these things? Because if you take 100 horse owners and you ask them which foot is better, which hoof is better,
Yeah.
I'm sure that 75% will show you the left one.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And that's a big trap.
Yep.
That's why I like to look at the hoofs the way we do, because we can concentrate in the real image of the real foot.
Yeah. Yeah, taking all this time to look at these and have everybody look and give input and stuff like that. See, you're going to see things I don't see that I'm not seeing. You know what I mean? And looking at the difference of these souls and just the fact of what you're saying there, that if you asked owners to look, they go, "Oh, well, this one here, this one here." When in reality, it's this one here that is the actual correct foot. See, but when people see, big clumps like this and, you know, uh, they don't know what they're looking at. And that's why what we're doing here is so vital, because this kind of stuff, as we learn to see the difference, then we're going to be able to more and more articulate and show other people the difference. That's great.
Because we are used to see the clean foot, the
Yeah.
clean hoof. And most of the times, this clean image of the hoof is not the correct one.
Yeah, it's not.
So we have to change our brains.
Yeah. Yeah, we sure do, don't we? Well, and it's just like realizing that there was not a central sulcus. That it's supposed to be clear back here in the back of the foot, not clear up here. And of course, in this foot, it isn't as bad because she was restoring heels, and so all that was moving back. And here's something that Holly told me, because I went through some stuff that I was learning with her and how I was trimming off this hook on these feet. Here, and it was helping Valor's heels widen out, because I saw finally that he too had these contracted heels where these heels were curled around like that. And so uh I was showing her how I was cutting this part off, cutting it down and cutting it off on both sides, right in here. This whole hook here. And how it was helping his feet widen out. And she said, "Man, if I would have known this, if we would have known this, just she could have changed Lana's feet. She would have been way, way further ahead than she was when the mare passed away. And I'm seeing that too. You cut off those hooks.
I do it myself,
Yeah.
and I have huge changes on my hoof.
Yeah. No kidding.
Huge.
That's great. See, we all what would you call it? We confirm these things with one another when we understand it and then we practice it. So far, I've done it. Now here you've done it, and never any detrimental effects at all. No bad effects. They don't, if anything, good, because when you start to release that, oh, well, I'll show it to you on the pony. See, what happened to the pony's foot was completely, totally amazing. And so Pocahontas, okay? Pocahontas is a big example of, the mare of George's that you shared the videos on that lost her coffin bone, is a big example of how the toe on these horses is not the big end all like everybody thinks. See, I found that out on my pony a couple years ago, and then even more so now, came to realize that every time I insisted upon absolutely having the toe at a certain place, that wasn't always the thing to do, And so I haven't been as strict on that. I mean, I might not want it to grow out 5 feet long. Okay. And there is a balance in that, but a lot of times you need the leverage of this toe to keep pulling this foot forward while you're unbinding and growing the heels because the horses themselves use it. Look at this. He ain't breaking this off yet, but look how I broke it off over here. You know, see, I think that's interesting because it's almost like, um, they retain part to stabilize everything. Well, they break one part off and it gets stabilized, and then sooner or later they're going to break this chunk off too. You know, but it they have to maintain a certain balance and leverage to the toe on this foot. And we already learned that if you constantly take those toes back, not only can you bind the foot from this going forward, but then it'll also push the toe of the coffin bone back that way. And then you wind up with your little can feet, like so. See? And so the coffin bone is pressed back like that, and then the foot is bent, something like that. Okay. Let's see here. All righty. Yeah, I mean, this is blowing me away, seeing this big wide gap here in his bulbs, you know. Yeah, so all of this curls in, folks, and can create different types of distortion, different types of contracted heels. Okay, so we're back to where we started.
Linda,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to have time to look at my horse's feet, the photos I sent you.
Okay.
And we have a lot of snow here and I have to plow for an hour or so. So I didn't know if I should go do
Hey.
that and then come back.
No, let's do it right now. Okay.
Okay. It was Billy.
Okay.
I sent it to your page, I think yesterday or day
You
before.
you sent it to my page.
To your
Which
Facebook page.
to my face to Messenger?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm really bad at all this. So
That's
no
okay.
terminology.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. Who am I talking to again?
Julie.
Julie. Okay, Julie. I see you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just a second here and we'll get on it. Okay. Let's
So
see.
can I just mention real quick? I kind of a big picture person,
Uh-huh.
and I'm just learning, but it seems like horses get born with, good feet.
Yeah.
Then I think the trouble starts with the not being able to move around enough on varying terrains
Yeah.
and not having the proper diet.
Yeah.
And so the horse's body starts adapting to that problem.
Mhm.
And depending on when we come upon this horse, there's been months, years of the horse's body adapting to that abnormal situation.
Yeah, makes sense.
And when you talked about everything being compressed, this horse has really hard feet, I think.
Uh-huh.
And I had no idea of, and it's like all black and what was going on in there. And thank goodness I heard you talk about the soaking,
Hmm.
because that changed everything for me. It's like,
That's
oh my
great.
gosh, there's all these different parts in here,
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
puffing up. And I mean, thankfully he's really good with me handling his feet, because there are
Mhm.
times when I would get so engrossed looking at his feet, I don't think my face was more than 2 inches away from the bottom of his foot. It's like, oh, there's little dots here. And this, he had, I think, really badly overlaid bars.
Mhm.
So when I was looking really close like that, I could see the little dots of the sole. And then I think what I was seeing was more like striped of the bar that was overlaid and compressed down into the sole.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So
Exactly.
yeah, so there was a long period of time, because I'm kind of scared to do too much,
Sure.
where I would soak and then I would just take the hoof knife and scrape so that I would catch the edge of that bar
Uh-huh.
and just take it away, a little bit at a time like that.
Okay. That's a great way to do it.
Yeah, when you're a scaredy cat, that works.
Yeah. But hey, you're doing it.
Yeah,
You're the only one that's going to be able to help him,
yeah.
you
And
know?
and then the other thing, because before I came across your information, all I did for, I don't know, maybe it was 2 years,
Hmm.
was take his toe down and back.
Hmm.
And it started to dawn on me. And I even had his feet x-rayed, because I'm like, I can only do this so much. And
Yeah.
the, the, the factor that was holding me back, it's like my horse has nothing in the back of his foot.
Hmm.
None of that toe stuff that I did to try and change that angle. It's like nothing was growing back there.
Uh-huh.
So again, thankfully I came across this, and with the soaking, then I started to see where the periopal, I guess, in what you're saying,
Yeah.
protecting the foot.
Yeah.
So it had grown all around and down and across the frog and down into the air quotes central sulcus,
Yeah.
and that I had a whole rolled up, twisted up bundle of stuff that could not grow up, because it was all spiraled and wrapped in together and constricted.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's a great way to describe that.
So I think I sent you some pictures several months ago, but these pictures here, I see, I have unevenness in the heel here, and um this poor horse, when I first he looked like a Pakistani cart horse. I don't know how
Uh-huh.
to describe it, and he
Oh.
was so collapsed, like in his chest. It looked like
Oh.
his two front legs were coming out of the same hole
Uh-huh.
up in the front of his body. And then
Wow.
he was very cowhocked. And to make things worse, he slipped a couple of years ago in the ice and did the splits.
Oh.
It did, had an injury there. He wasn't,
Uh-huh.
he wasn't like three-legged lame, and I did have him checked out, and they're like, it's just soft tissue. So anyway, I've
Still.
been having, he's not really cowhocked anymore. His chest is expanding. So I'm trying to reduce the shear factors that are impacting his hooves by what his body is doing, the way he moves.
Uh-huh.
And so, like, this is the left front hoof here. His right hind hoof
Uh-huh.
had a lot of bulging out on the inside.
Okay.
medial part of the hoof. And that has gotten a lot better. So I feel like I'm kind of making this giant loop where it's like I'm treating the feet, I'm treating his body. I have some boots that I like that are the flex boots that I have
Uh-huh.
in, and so it really helps him stand square. And then the other thing I started doing, because I saw something about it, I have a PEMF machine,
Mm-hmm.
and I saw where people have been seeing that helps with hoof growth or sole growth.
What is that?
That's an electromagnetic pulse machine, and it's actually approved by the FDA for healing bone in humans.
Really?
Yes, and so I'm trying that. I'm doing that like every other day. So he's had his boots on for the last 4 days. I'm taking them off today, and I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
give him another treatment with this and just see if it helps. So that's kind of just my big picture thing.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all really interesting and stuff. Everything you said about uh what you saw in his foot and how it was just all compressed and not growing.
Well, yeah, and it's like I could not see, I could not tell. I was thinking that things were all one. There were
Uh-huh.
like 3 different things.
Yeah.
And I did not see that until the soaking. And the soaking had to be really significant
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah.
to puff up.
Yeah, see, same thing happened to me and stuff. And now it's just happened on my pony. Uh uh yeah, like I had something happen that never happened before, and to where the back of the foot came undone. Come well, it's all compacted in there, and then that periopal band just ties it up in such a nice little package,
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. And I can look at this foot and tell that he's got some pretty strong periopal, you
Yeah.
know,
Well,
and it was probably even more so when
yeah.
what you were dealing with.
Yeah. So I have incrementally, again, because I'm scared, uh,
Hmm.
done the soaking, and I have used a hoof knife. But honestly, the thing that I have used the most, because I just feel more comfortable with it, is I have a Dremel.
Oh yeah, okay,
And I can just go, back and forth and back and forth. And that's what I feel safe doing.
yeah,
It works. It's
yeah,
worked great. And he doesn't mind it.
uh-huh,
So now you see where the that central sulcus, area is.
yep, right there.
That was like a cave up in there, and he would let me go. And I don't know. I don't want to anthropomorphize, but I think it was feeling good to him
Uh-huh.
to have me go up in there, with that Dremel. And I was just I mean, this has been months now. I am
Hmm.
constantly amazed. It's like there's still like stuff curled up in there.
Yeah.
And again, you look really close and it's like, okay, I'm not just making a hole down into frog material. This is
Hmm.
different material that is
Yeah.
curled up in there.
Yep.
Because you can see what, when I hit it with the Dremel, it's like, okay, if I'm hitting frog, it looks like this.
Hmm.
And I go down in there, and it's like, okay, this is kind of like in layers.
Uh-huh.
Ends up being like a lighter color when it gets abraded by the Dremel.
Hmm.
And so everything is widening out. Finally now, he's, instead of dipping down to the ground,
Hmm.
that hairline, that's
Yeah.
that's starting to come up.
Straighten up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really is. And so I don't know if you can look at some of the other
Yeah. Let
views.
us.
So here, his frog to me looks like it is growing thicker
Uh-huh.
than it ever has. And so, and you can see that, central sulcus area where, I go down in there and
Mm-hmm.
do, and I see that different material, which I think obviously is periopal that's all in there.
Yeah.
And so I guess one of the things that concerns me is where his quarters are,
Mm-hmm.
where, because I'm not touching the heels, where it's so much higher, it's like a quarter inch or so higher than the sole. And
Uh-huh.
here you can see where the bars are. I mean, they were, Linda, they were like an inch or so up, overlaid over that, towards the,
Over,
yes,
over the sole.
embedded in there.
Okay.
So I've made progress with that, but I feel like, like you were talking about that other horse, how this is all, curved over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what else I can do other than just that, and I see the frog lips and how they're, I mean, he just has so far to go. He's come so far, but he has so far to go with
Mm-hmm.
furling all of that. So I'm really interested in what you and the other lady said about those hooks, because I think he has a bit, like on this picture on the left side, it seems like he's got a bit of that
Oh yeah.
hooking action going.
Yep. Yes, he absolutely does. And then this little chunk of bar right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that could probably just come right out of there. Cause
Okay.
cause yeah, you can tell. In fact, you're probably gonna find dirt under it.
Okay.
Yeah, that chunk come right out of there like
Uh,
that. And you can tell that his bulbs now it's interesting if you look at okay, see the way this hair goes in here?
yes.
Okay, I'll bet you anything that his bulbs are still quite turned in
Oh, yes.
like this.
Sure.
Anything
That,
that you can, yeah, what you've been doing and getting that out of there, that's really a good thing because what happens is that periopal will just grow over this whole thing and you've
oh, it
probably still got it over the frog as well.
was. I have pictures of several months ago when I was soaking it. And it's like I mean, it was maybe like an inch or so, like where your little pointer thing was going.
Uh-huh.
And I kept shaving it away. And it's like, why does this look different than, higher up in the frog? You could actually, with the soaking, see the delineation of where it had grown up and gone over the frog.
Yeah. Wow.
So it took me months to just, in millimeters by millimeter, scrape that away.
Uh-huh. Well, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
It is scary and plus you're doing something that nobody's ever done before. You
Mm-hmm.
know, nobody even knew this was happening.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, and so this is a combined effort of all of us learning these things. Like what you're doing here, and see, we're all confirming things, that we're all gathering data and seeing things. This is why owner trimmers are the best researchers. Because just like you said, it's a good thing your horse is gentle because you had your face right down there in his foot. You know,
Well, I got so engrossed in it, I didn't even realize that I was
yeah,
that close.
you know,
You
and
can really see,
yeah,
the differences in all the different material.
yeah, I know my horse's feet better than the back of my hand. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
I would say that about everybody here. Their own personal horses that they've been doing for years. They like they know better than the back of their hand, through constant looking for changes, constant studying, plus the overall horse himself. How is he responding? What is he doing? So you have all these qualifications to make the perfect researcher doing case studies. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
so,
I'm sorry,
oh,
finish.
go ahead.
So two quick things. So I did have his, like that bar on the right that you pointed out, I did have it down a little bit lower. And then because of the concavity of his foot, it's like, well, am I going down too low? And that was so much lower than his heel back there.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that one of those things that I just don't worry about it right now?
Yeah, don't worry about that because this bar is pushed into a place where it shouldn't be and growing from a place that it shouldn't even be growing from.
Okay.
So and this is plus this type of a deal here can lead to a pressure point and an abscess right there because really you've got a chunk of bar sticking up into his foot where it shouldn't be.
Okay.
And stuff. Their bars are, I don't know how to describe it. When that whole back of that foot is distorted and deformed. Okay, if we were to let these bars just grow, and trim them so they look like normal bars, then those bars are going to hold the back of these heels exactly in that spot, and they are not moving. This is why we have to constantly be kind of thinning the bar wall out, I talk about how you shouldn't dress down the foot, right? Well, guess what? I think you can dress down the bar wall. You know what I mean? Make it thinner, take off some of those outer layers, things like that, because I have been doing that. And instead of having the detrimental effect, it went the other way, and my horse's heels started to stand up. Because, and you think about it, this bar grows from the side of your internal heel that grows the whole thing. So if the bar is collapsed and pressed over, and because the wall and the bar help maintain the shape of the heel. Okay, so if the bar is distorted, then and laid over or in any way it's grown from a misshapen heel and a misshapen bar from the heels being trimmed out, then if we let them get big and heavy, they're just going to keep that right there,
Okay. Okay.
and stuff. So
Sorry, ladies, I must tell you
Go
what I
ahead.
see.
yes,
On
please.
the lateral bar, the bar is disconnected of the heel buttress.
Oh, yep, looky there.
Yes. So you have to take the part that goes to the toe off.
This part?
And don't be afraid to do it. Lower this part so that your bar can grow connected from inside out.
Okay.
Yeah, and that happens a lot and
Yes.
stuff because it's not really connected anyway.
Yes.
So
Okay.
so what you do is you just keep taking these bars down until so that the heels are released, and the bars are something you're going to let grow completely after the foot has come back and released and opened up.
Okay.
Just like the frog stay and this in here, and in fact the whole dang frog.
Yeah.
The whole frog has to be able to move, just like the whole area of the bar has to be able to move. So,
Okay.
so you don't have to worry really about none of that. See, I used to think, oh, I'm gonna take them bars out and my heels are going to collapse. Actually, no, it does. Once you start getting
Oh.
these frogs growing, They
Uh-huh.
start pumping that foot up, that foot starts widening it out, and that foot starts standing up. Does the
Okay.
exact opposite.
Okay, so I just thought of another question. Does my apex look okay? Because when I started this, it was like I would put my hoof knife under there, and it's like, oh, this is like overlapped by a
Mm-hmm.
quarter of an inch or so. So I've been more aggressive
Mm-hmm.
at getting that apex area really shaved down, and so that it can
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah, you can get, well, let me look at the rest of the feet first before, see, I need to look at the side of the foot to see how much foot you got. Okay, and then I can tell you more.
I've
So,
measured my heels, and they're all pretty much 2 inches, and the toe is 3.
okay, let's see here. Well, what I want to look at is the side of the foot. Um, let's see, I'm going the wrong way. I want to see how big your hoof capsule is. See? See, I want to see what your cartilages look like. So I can determine how big your hoof capsule is, to know
I
how
have
much
that.
you should be releasing
I
and stuff like that.
Okay.
See, when you look at pictures like this, you
See, he
can
never
s-
have
oh,
that heel back there growing.
I'm
That was
sorry.
that
I'm
was
sorry, say that again.
he never used to have that mass of, I said heel, I meant frog back there. That where
Uh-huh.
like now it's frog growing and getting deeper, I guess is the right. He never
Okay.
had that until I started releasing the periopal.
Okay, because what you got there is just a minute here. Um, what you got, what that really is bulb. Okay. What you're seeing here is that your bulbs are pulled clear down into here. See
Oh,
that?
okay.
So it's not actually real frog. There'd be a combination of frog on here and stuff, but this is actually the bulb that is pulled way. First of all, they're contracted together, and this bulb is pulled way under here,
Oh Lord.
like so.
So when I didn't see that before,
Hmm.
does that mean that the bulbs were pulled up inside the,
Yeah,
and that's why I didn't see them?
yeah, and you're gonna see on my pony that I'm
Ah,
gonna show here in a bit how you don't even know that's in there. You don't even know this has happened. You know, that these feet are so good at just, covering everything up and making a false version that you don't even know that this can literally be pulled clear in here like so. Okay, when it's supposed to be this little piece here, supposed to be, well, it's hard to draw, but up here,
oh wow.
see? Oops, wait a minute.
Okay, well, I'm
Yeah, that up there
okay.
and wide, you
Oh, we
know?
have a long way to go, but it's like I mean, I didn't know. I knew something was very wrong.
Hmm.
And, the vets that I had look at him, they said, oh, it's just his confirmation of his feet. And
Yeah.
I'm like, la la la, I'm not going to listen to that. I am going to do
That's funny.
the right thing and see what evolves.
Uh-huh.
And this is what I mean. I mistakenly identified it as frog, but it's like, oh my gosh, that okay. Well,
Yeah, it's
I'm
easy
getting
to
that,
do,
I'm
you
getting
know?
that, and I'm seeing the changes, and I'm seeing the improvement. It's like, oh my gosh, my horse is actually finally now growing the back of his feet.
And he is,
Mhm.
everything's releasing, but it's not the real part of the back of his foot. Like this is sidewall. that is not even heel buttress yet. His heel buttresses are buried over in here somewhere. And when eventually what you'll see is like if you were to, probably not right now, but eventually if you take off this hook, you're going to see the buttress way over here pointed and pressing the frog in.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I would, this whole hook thing, if
Mhm.
there's any view, because again, I'm scared to do it, but if there's any view or views that you can point out to me exactly, what to do, the angle, and that would be great.
Okay. Now at a minimum, your bulb is about in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then again, when I look, I'm seeing it here,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And this is absolutely not impossible. As I'm going to show you on my pony, yeah, a recent development. Anyway, here, we'll look at some more pictures here. Just a second here.
Well, I
Julie,
mean,
how old is your horse?
6.
Okay.
Oh, so we could actually be looking at a foot that just never developed.
No,
Because, yeah,
never.
yeah, in fact, he almost looks like a little foal foot there in a
Mhm.
way. You know what?
That's
Yeah.
that's why age, because that's a lot of similar what I've got going on with mine. Between two and three, I started noticing that things didn't look right, like they were expanding right, and that's where I'm at now, trying to get that foot to open up and grow right.
Oh wow.
So and that's where I came with the question about the periopal rope and
Yeah.
stuff. I saw no space, no air quote sulcus, like she said, there was no space, no gap back there,
Okay.
and a
And
straight line, and everything looked good, but I just like something just doesn't look right. Like
Hmm.
the very first thing that I saw that gave me a clue after like the first soaking, I saw a little crack. Just a
Yep.
just a hairline crack, and it's like,
What's that?
what is that? Right. And so and it was every foot just a hairline. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to work on that a little bit.
Hmm.
And then every time it started opening up to now, you see how big and deep that is. And so it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm on my way. Everything is spreading out, and that is going to grow and fill in and push all of that out.
Yeah. And what you were saying, what you shared about your Dremel and
Mhm.
what you did, see, Terry, that's something that you could do. You know, I'm not sure now. Are you using any mechanical tools at all? I can't
no,
remember.
no, just my hoof knife, and I've been clean. I've been taking out that rope, and like I try to do it when it rains. I don't soak a lot, but I've got plenty of mud when it rains, and I've noticed that I went and took out that little rope in all of them and started opening up and making a space back there to let her uh let that like open up more, and it seems
Okay.
to be helping. She's actually keeping more of an opening there.
Okay. Well, good. See now, see, this is so great when different people share these things and they can see they have things in common that they're working on, you
Mhm.
know?
But what I noticed, mine somewhere between 1 and 2, she started getting this wonky foot. I kept calling it because her front left foot, just like it was like oval shaped, um, horizontally, like it bowed way out on the lateral side, and
Uh-huh.
it was like an egg shape. It was so weird, and I'm like, why is her foot growing that way? And I've been doing tact all along and stuff. Called myself, doing everything right, but I wasn't paying attention to that opening up that frog and keeping that trimmed, even though she stays out pretty much 24/7 and has plenty of abrasive ground. It
Yeah.
just wasn't enough to keep that. And so I've really started paying more attention to that frog and stuff and trying to open up the back of her foot. And that one bar kept wanting to lay over and it was pushing that whole side of that foot out.
Oh, yep.
Because her foot was trying to expand, but it couldn't because
But it
of all that
couldn't
holding it.
because the periopal and the frog.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Julie,
Uh-huh.
what tool do you use what bit do you use on your Dremel to do the frog and the sole? Because I've tried it on Dolly and I was not very successful using it on her at all.
Just the little, there's probably a half an inch long, the cylinder is, and it's probably maybe a quarter of an inch in diameter, and it's really rough sandpaper.
Oh,
so-
okay.
So it's
Those
a
little
sandpaper.
barrels.
It's a barrel, yes, yeah.
Okay, so it's a sandpaper barrel versus like a grinding bit or something like that.
Correct. I didn't feel safe using anything more aggressive. And again, it seems like he likes it. And I don't know if it's like he feels it's stimulating things in there, waking it up, something, I don't know. But it's been great for that area.
Are your feet soft when you're doing that? Because I had soaked Ollie's feet and it's like the sandpaper didn't want to bite in there. It was just too gummy, I think. Too soft. It wasn't catching.
I've done it both. And I think now I understand what you're saying about the gumminess. And I mean, I just keep using it through that and cleaning it up and, to where it does bite into the material more.
Okay. I went back to using my knife. It was just easier to do the knife and taking down the extra in the toe right up near the white line. I went back to using a knife because the Dremel, I'm scared to use the Dremel. You're scared to use the tools and I'm scared to use the Dremel. And I've got a Proxon that I haven't put on her foot yet either because it's like, I'm going to take her whole foot off.
Oh, wow.
You won't. You won't. You won't. And stuff. Okay, so
Ladies, excuse me, you are at the beginning because now we use more heavier tools. Once you get used to it, you'll see that you will need something heavier and something bigger. Ask Linda.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and it's nice to you can get used to them, and it's nice to have, I use different ones for different things, I like and I've been gonna order me some different heads for my Dremel from a place called Saber Tooth. Okay, because they call them, and you can get little burrs made out of metal that are so fine it's like the sanding drum, except it don't wear out. See, like
Oh, I
those,
have
like those drums do, and so it'll overcome that gumminess.
I bought
I
a
have that-
kit with all kinds of bits and stuff in it, and there's a few of those little grinding type things in there, and I haven't quite gotten enough nerve to do those yet either. I'm a chicken.
Well, see, you just start out easy, and stuff. I don't blame you. I mean, I fully understand, and stuff. The only thing that motivates me is if not me, who? And stuff. It's like, if you're in a plane, you're gonna have to land that baby. So
That's right.
kind of like that, But hey, you're all brave and wonderful because
guys, I started with drums for the nails, our fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, I remember that.
Yes, and then
Yeah.
I went to the heavier stuff. But we all start somewhere, and then we get more confident, and we go on.
Oh, yeah. the confidence increases dramatically once you start getting reinforced by positive changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
You know, and then, you know, because you can also be overconfident, you know what I mean? And then that's not good either. See?
No.
So,
I won't use the tools because I am like OCD about things being symmetrical, and I would be like, "Oh, I need a little more here, and a little more there."
yeah.
I would have no foot left, so I will
Yeah.
I'm with you, Terry.
use
I'm with
tools.
you.
I will not use them.
Yeah, I can understand that. I had to force myself not to be OCD because I would just, okay, it's got to be this way and that way, you know, and stuff, but I could be that way with a rasp and a knife too.
And a
We-
little
we-
more here and a little more there and a little more
Yep.
someplace else, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no kidding.
So
Done it.
Linda, did you see that the right hind, the side view that you were on?
Yeah.
There's just nothing back there. And it was worse by like a half an inch.
hmm So
Nothing.
he's slowly adding. His foot will unwrap and it will grow more foot in and stuff. See, the parts that are growing, the part that should be back here, are wrapped around
Mm-hmm.
behind his foot, you know.
It,
So
is that kind of a vicious cycle where things get wrapped in and it must, in a way, cut off the circulation in there. And then
mhm.
because the circulation is diminished, you're lessening the growth.
That could be, you know.
So it's not until you release these things and things can start moving, then you get added uh, uh, circulation and then you get more growth.
Yeah,
That's what
that
I've seen with
that
him.
very well could be, you know. Um, so do we have some pictures of his front feet too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, one thing you might want to watch for is that you have a tendency to trim and leave this part high. Let's see.
Well,
Let's see that.
that's an optical illusion because there's a little. I thought about retaking the picture, but I was tired. So that it's not like it's showing there because see where the seam and the mat is off to the left.
Uh-huh.
So he's standing up on a bulge in the seam.
Okay. But I want you to look at the growth ring because
Yeah.
that's not him standing. The growth ring goes like this, literally up. See it?
Okay.
Okay. And it's gone to about this high. Okay. So what I'm saying is right here, whether you realize it or not, because you could be looking at the foot and it could look flat. Because what happens is we could leave this just a tiny bit high to where we don't even see it with our eyes. But over a period of time, okay, what happens is the wall starts to jam up like that because they're leveling out their own foot
Right.
just a bit. Okay. So what the pictures tell us is in stuff like this is where we have a tendency to not see that we're leaving this just a little bit high each time, and each time it's going to push the wall up like that just a little bit to where then now he could have, this is the things people's got to realize is that he could have the same thickness of sole around the whole foot. Okay. So
Uh-huh.
it's not like you can just take the wall down and force these growth rings to be symmetrical.
Well,
Because,
this is his wonkiest foot.
okay,
If you look at the other views of this foot, he has sheared. It's like twisted,
okay,
and because that was the side that the pelvic injury was on, and the
okay,
the inside hoof wall was very badly flared.
okay. Well, this part too is something that you could work on just to take it down a tad more and bevel it a little bit more so that where it has jammed up
Okay,
like that, it will come down and be more symmetrical, and that'll help him too. And
okay,
what I was trying to say was too, people need to know that your sole depth can still be the same here, even though your growth ring is going up like that. Okay. And so the mistake people make sometimes is taking off too much, thinking they're balancing out the foot, when in reality, it's this wall, excess wall that has jammed upward like this. And so that just needs to relax and come down to straighten out this growth ring so that it'd be
okay.
like
So
that.
in other pictures, can you look at my beveling and see
Yeah.
and then the other thing, I don't know, it's like his hoof wall seems to be way thicker in the front than it is in the quarters.
Okay.
Is that
That's
possible?
yeah, that's because the foot is hoof bound and bent because of the back of the foot being pulled under it bends the foot up, so the wall is not growing down to connect with the sole properly. And so until you get the back, as you correct and get the hoof capsule enlarged and the back of the foot unbound, you will see that the connection in the walls in the quarters gets better. Because see, I noticed that where he has a disconnection there.
Yes.
Okay. Um, and so you will see that that connection will get better and the wall will thicken in the quarters.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, they're all that happens to all the feet like
Mhm.
that. And that's why they think they have a natural arch in the quarters when it's just a bent foot. See, because if you were to really scoop that quarter and rasp up, you'd probably run into a semi-queen like clean white line up there somewhere, and
Oh,
so they think that's natural, a natural arch, but it's just a bent foot. And so because it's bent, the wall is not growing down and connecting with the sole properly.
oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good that'll connect better.
Yeah, that'll all straighten out. When
Okay.
that foot unbends and sets in there the way it's supposed to,
Uh-huh.
that'll correct and that wall will grow down thicker.
Okay, cool.
See, I saw that on my horse. Absolute.
Great.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, so now something I know, well, maybe if we were to back up here.
And that hairline used to be on the ground.
Okay, yeah.
It was on the ground.
Okay. See this foot, how it's a little, it pooches out a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's because you did this and that released it so it isn't just smashed in there flat and bound by periopal and hard. You know what I mean? So that means that those bulbs, because your bulbs are, pulled under the foot there, that kind of loosens stuff up so they could expand a little, you know.
Now, do I need to take more of that, because I do clean the frog up or the bulbs, whatever it is that's
Mhm.
there. I do clean it up, but you know how that looks so mountainous back there because I'm taking out all that stuff out of the middle. It's like, do I need to take down that the rest of it more?
Yeah,
You
you
know what
could
I'm
clean more out in
okay.
between the bulbs there.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, I want to look at this foot. Now the other one was the right hind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're now looking at the left hind. And here's something interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll bet you anything that this goes in and that if you could actually go in there and even the hairline is twisted and pulled in.
Yeah, I
See?
have like ingrown hairs.
Yeah. Yeah, because the bulbs are pulled around in there. So I know right there that the hair, you're not seeing all the hair that's growing in there,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because that whole hairline is pulled in there. And what I notice about this foot too, it doesn't have that slight puffiness that the other foot has. So I
Mm-hmm.
think this foot is a little more bound in there. But again, I'm going to show you on my pony what happened.
Well, this foot used to have zero concavity, zero collateral grooves.
Oh, okay.
The collateral grooves were like drawn on with a pencil.
Uh-huh.
Awful.
Wow. Okay, so I'm going to go back now. Let's see here. Where am I at? Oops. Just a second here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you have yet hoof capsule to grow in back here to expand this. So you could do kind of have to be careful of how much you're releasing. Okay?
Mhm.
Because
So see the side here where
uh-huh,
in the, I guess that's the quarters. I'm sorry, I don't know, but
right here,
try and kind of file it at an angle on the outside. Is that, yeah,
an angle.
where
What do you mean?
it's kind of
Like,
uh looped up there, curved up.
oh, right here?
And yeah,
Oh, that's not going to hurt anything. No,
do,
that's okay.
do I need to do more of that?
I don't think so. No, I think what you need to do more of is allow this heel area to bear weight and grow so that the growth will come in up here and enlarge the hoof capsule and keep on the frog so that it will release this bulb so that it can come
Where
out and grow more capsule.
where you had the pointer just then,
Hmm.
there was nothing.
There was nothing.
There was not that bulging looking way that it is now.
Uh-huh.
It was not there.
Not
It
there. So see,
not
it's already improved.
yeah. I
Yeah. Because, like, here's well, let me get a different color here.
It was just the hair went straight down and there was no like depth to, there was no substance. There was like
Uh-huh. Are you there?
uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I thought we got going. Okay, so this bulb, which is twisted around and under here, okay, you still got sidewall. When as that untwists and widens up and frees up, it will release corium that's covered over in here that will grow more heel. You know, it'll start out, it'll be a little nubbin like that, but then it'll grow out like that. And as it, releases more,
Mm-hmm.
it'll start out as a little nubbin. And then it'll grow out more and more, see? And
Mm-hmm.
it'll add capsule into this foot so that you got more heel. You got at least that much more heel to grow in
Mm-hmm.
there as these bulbs come unfurled, and as all that widens up, it's like you're literally uncurling them from
Mm-hmm.
inside there.
Oh yeah. And until that little hairline crack started and I started going in there, I had
Uh-huh.
no idea what was in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait till I show you what happened to my pony. I mean, okay, I've seen her feet do pretty much everything, okay? But what happened, uh, but you got to understand, she's a full-grown horse and her feet were big, and then I did barefoot trimming on her and foot bound her. And she got mechanical laminitis and everything else from it. Her foot's been every shape but Sunday. I think it's been that shape too. Okay.
Oh.
She's had the slipper foot, the can foot, the fake foot, the this, I mean, you name it. Everything and anything, and you can imagine.
Wow.
So, okay, let's see. Let's go in here. Yeah, like this is just sidewall. It's not even heel buttress yet. That's why it's so thin and narrow. And and you will have hollow heel areas until the whole foot is expanded and the heels are the internal heel pushed down and the frog backed up, and then it'll grow the correct sole platform in the heel.
Can you show me how to do that hook removal thing?
Okay, not sure if you need to do that quite yet.
Oh, okay.
Not sure yet
So,
about that. Because see, right now, you see this little piece here? That's new heel buttress growing.
uh-huh.
See how it's rounded?
Yeah.
Kind of right here. Let me mark it. Because you got to understand, it unrounds. It's rounded in there, right? So as it unrounds and expands, then a new piece of this wall begins to grow. Let's see. I'll show you here. Okay. Okay. Here you go. Here, this part's straight. See it?
Uh-huh.
It would go up like that. Now, see this little piece here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's new. When you, uh, you know, clean this out and been cleaning up the frog and it's loosening up the back of this foot, well, it'll loose up. Okay, the corium is like grass. How when a grass gets covered up and it quits growing. And then when you uncover it, it starts growing again. So when this coronary band unwraps and a piece that's embedded in here and covered up becomes exposed again, it starts growing hoof wall again. Okay. And the reason it's kind of rounded there is because it's curled up in there and one little piece will come out and it'll start growing a horn tubule just like that. And then the foot will widen out, another a piece of corium will become released and it'll start growing another little piece of horn tubule. And so that's why it's shaped like this, see?
Oh my
Because
God. Makes me want to cry.
huh?
It makes me want to cry because when you have everyone telling you, oh, that's just the way it is, it's like I even tried putting wedge shoes on him.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he moved great. It's like, okay, you obviously need this.
Need that height, yeah.
But for him, I don't know what it is about his tissue structure. It compressed everything in the back more.
Yeah.
Just the way he was weighting his foot or whatever. And like, okay, take that off. And then, thank God I started listening to you and trying this. And it just I'm verklempt.
Well,
Over this,
so
seeing that little bit of heel nub.
so look, if his true heel is supposed to be back here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Wow.
But it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Then all the weight is gonna fall back here and it's the weight is going to be intensified
Yeah,
back here.
the leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The crushing leverage. So
exactly. Yeah.
On this view here, not where you have the red, but where you can see from this angle that hole, that gap in there from the sole and the crushed bulb, and then that it's not heel, it's sidewall, that area.
Yep.
Is what is going to happen as that straightens up is that then the frog will grow even more dense. And then I remembered you showing, like a really good heel, and
Hold on
it
one
was
second.
all level back there.
Yeah.
And I think people see that, and that when they see the heel sticking out from that, then they take the heel down.
Yep.
Where
Right
it's
like that.
it's like, no, you need to have all this growing out from the middle, and it will fill that in.
Yeah.
That's how it ends up being even, not by you taking something down.
Yeah, exactly.
I got one girl, but
You know, because every time they take that heel down, it contracts. Because the foot wants to stand up, you know. The foot wants to stand up here. That's the cartilage. It wants to be up here. See?
Wow.
It wants to be up here. So every time you take it down here, well,
Uh-huh.
it's supposed to be up there. And so the horse is going to stand up anyway. And so now when he stands up, okay, it does this. It takes this piece right here, okay, and it bends it around behind the foot to where then this piece, this part gets bent around behind the foot. You can't see it no more. And this cartilage gets bent down to here. And this becomes the new heel. And it's just sidewall.
Right.
And then it, of course, that frog that was back here, okay, well, what's it doing to it? It's pulling it forward under the foot too.
Yeah.
See, and it's rearranging all the internal foot. And then it grows from that position and binds it there. And especially that periopal boy, that periopal goes to town to try and hold the capsule onto the foot for the horse's survival.
Wow.
So
Be really cool is to get like a computer automated design.
Oh yeah, wouldn't that be great to show that?
Where because this is what people,
IV antibiotics for the UTI.
they don't understand the progression.
Yeah.
And that it's like you're waiting for these things to grow, and you're doing things to allow these things to grow, and it needs to be seen that like it's an architectural design where you can see inside of it and you can manipulate that.
Yeah, exactly.
So I might talk to someone at our local university and see if a student that is doing one of those courses with the, what do they call it, CAD, if they would like to do a project doing a hoof like this.
That'd be great.
Where you could go in there and manipulate it, and because it's hard for people to imagine. People cannot wrap their heads around everything that's going on inside. And so the only thing they're seeing is the hoof wall, and then they just try and do stuff with the hoof wall.
Yeah. Well, eventually, we'll put it together so that they can understand it. But they have never seen this stuff before. This is just something that is unknown. Let alone once they think they know it, getting them to change their minds and see it. See, that's why it's so detrimental. Have you noticed all the different people, and maybe you haven't, all the different people coming up with online classes now on anatomy and on hoof this and hoof that, and they don't know what they're talking about. But once you're taught error as truth, then it's twice as hard to reach that person. See?
Right.
And so like
they don't want to take a step backward. They've already made an investment going down a certain.
Yeah. Like there was this one gal, and she totally got indoctrinated by a certain hoof guru. And she was totally destroying her horse's feet. And I did everything to try and show her,
Okay.
you know, but she's been taught to look at it a certain way, and that's all she can see,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So, you know, well, I don't know. But what you're saying about having a program like that would be a wonderful thing, you know.
Well, I know they have that offering at the local university, and I'll go up there and see if there's a student that would like to take this on as a project.
Okay.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
I want to see you be able to like manipulate everything like 3D, all where you can see all the different layers at once. That would be so cool.
Wouldn't that be great?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? Okay, here, just a second here. Okay, so, okay, and this is the other foot. And again, this foot also has a little chunk of bar there. Notice how it's the
Uh-huh.
same?
Well, I won't be afraid now.
Okay.
Is he nice, but does he try to get up and walk by himself?
More.
I don't know. I think that's Devin. Keeps unmuting. Let's see. But man, you're doing a nice job.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
You know, I just want to tell you that it looks great and you're doing a nice job.
I can't hear you all of a
And
sudden.
just kind of keep going in the direction you're going
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, now see, his
Collect-
cartilage looks pretty nice right here, really. You know, but there's just gonna be his foot is gonna be at least this much bigger by the time we're done.
Yeah.
I gotta find where is Zoom here.
He comes. So our dinner trays come out anywhere from 4 to 4.
I have lost the Zoom windows so that I can't stop share. Oh, there we
I'll be
go.
able to give him like a pimento cheese.
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Uh,
Okay. Let's see here. What are we gonna do? Okay, I was just gonna draw a quick thing here. Just a second. Well,
this
now,
has really been helpful and motivating for me to continue. I really, really appreciate it.
well, hey, it goes both ways. Want you to know that. Okay.
Okay.
It really does. It goes both ways because the whole time when somebody is sharing about their horse's feet and what's going on, I'm in the process of learning at the same time and trying to see exactly what's happening and things like that. And these hoof chats, um, they're just vital, you know, people getting together and sharing their data basically and their experience and what they're doing and you know how the feet are responding and the history of the horse. And I mean, see, this is all contributing to where we want to go, which is to help the horse, help our own horses, and then help the horses of this world. So you know, your participation in this is vital, as is every person here and every person that is practicing act, you know.
Mm-hmm.
um uh we all this contribution, see, you've got to have corroboration, you know, not only cooperation, you've got to have corroboration, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Because this is anatomy, this is science, this is and so you know, they don't train each heart surgeon differently. You know, it's so ironic, you know, because I had somebody, so sometimes somebody will share something on the group that somebody else, you know, is doing that we don't agree with. Okay. And the reason we don't agree with it is because we all did it and we know it don't work and we know where it
Mm-hmm.
where it came from. And so then you always got your person that they don't like you. They think you're dissing people if you say, oh, well, I don't like, we don't agree with that, we're not going to do that, and blah, blah, blah. Well, and they say, we ought to learn from everybody. Well, um, it just doesn't always, we've already learned from those people, and that's why our horses are lame, you know?
Mhm.
And so what we're doing now is, whether you know it or not, what all these people doing can be traced back to one or two guys. Okay.
Mhm.
And nobody ever really checked those guys out or what they were doing. They just started practicing what they said. Okay. And then when it didn't work out, they started making a bunch of lame excuses. No pun intended. Or maybe I
Mhm.
should say pun intended.
Mhm.
And that's not what we're doing here. Okay. This is, in the end, I may have started this. Okay. And, you know, all I'm doing is trying to fix my horse. And plus, I love the truth. I want the truth. You know, I was raised around in Wyoming, round wild horses, ranch horses that were never shod, things like that. Never dawned on me, though, about any of this. But so when they came and said to me, basically, if you just, do this, that, and the other, and form your horse's foot like this and slap a Mustang roll in it, your horse will have feet like a wild horse. Okay. I believed that because I had been around wild horses. So then when it wasn't working out, I'm like, why isn't it working out? And now my horse is broke and I have to fix him because I'm his mom, you
Mhm.
know? And so that's why we're here. Um, and so uh, everything that everybody here goes through with their animals that they love, all right. See, like I said, you're all the best researchers because you know when a hair is out of place on these animals. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You know, you know their personality, you know what they like, you know what they don't like. I like that gal. She's kind of a comedian horse person, Devon, you know, because that's the one thing she's always like stressing about. Why is that horse laying down? Oh, is he just laying down because he's
Oh, I saw that. I
you know,
saw that.
you know, you know, I mean, how they hurt themselves on nothing and you know, all that stuff. So all of you as horse owners, see, um, and uh fixers, let me tell you, women are fixers. We have this mother thing, fixer thing, got to make a better thing going, you know. And so everybody here together is not only in co-op, we're like a co-op. We're cooperating with one another, but we're corroborating whether something is right or wrong, whether something works, whether something doesn't, and we're starting to see patterns of evidence. See? So that this will be irrefutable in the end. And they're going to have to change because tact is not just about getting good feet on your horse. It's about saving the poor horses of this world that are being tortured and tormented by
Mhm.
the experts. I mean, what's going on is abominable. It's like so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous, so needless that so many animals for so many years are suffering due to man's error. Okay, so all of this is going to straighten out over 250 years of academic error.
Mhm.
And so what we're doing is we are technically going to disprove and attack the very highest realms of our society, which is the realms of education.
Mhm.
Because this is the fault of the vet schools. you know,
Mhm.
that's really it, you
Uh,
know.
Linda,
So
have you heard of Alan Savory?
no,
He's a biologist. He's world renowned.
mm-hmm,
I will look up for you because when you have institutions that are not wanting to accept facts and
Mhm.
change, there's a whole psychological reason for that.
Oh,
And
I'd love to know about that.
I will, and he talks about how to go about getting them to accept, new facts and change. He has a TED talk and everything. So I'll
Okay.
find that and I will send that to you because it's just human psychology.
Mhm.
Why these institutions hold on so tightly, even when there are facts put right in front of them, that how
Uh-huh.
resistant they are to change.
Wow. Okay. I'd love to know more about that
Yeah.
because while I'm good with feet, tact, right?
Mhm.
Not always in the other direction, my friend. Okay. You know,
Mhm.
as far as being tactful. And so it'd be good to understand the psychological thing around it so that you could, uh, how would you say, change your approach to
Mhm.
deal with people on a level that will help them change
Right.
rather than just, uh,
There's a
get
whole
mad.
yeah, there's a whole science to it. How many feet have you what is it called when you take them apart? Dissected.
Um, maybe only about 10 or 12 fully, but I got 20 some more in my freezers,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
but but this is not about dissections because you could do 1,000 dissections and still never see the truth. This is a combination of many things. See, you could if you didn't know. See, this is a combination of studying the wild horse foot, okay, of trimming of my horse, of watching his feet, of taking 100,000 photos of my own horses, of every trim for the last 18 years,
Mhm.
um, of gathering a whole group of people, of helping people like on Messenger and through Facebook and forums and looking at everybody else's feet, you know,
Mhm.
of researching the history of hoof care, of you see you could dissect 1 million hooves and still never see and know the truth. So
Mhm.
see, it's not just about dissections, but I'll tell you what I do that's different, okay? And that was removing hoof capsules and seeing the fact that a horse had a foot. Okay,
Mhm.
because what they commonly did, not that they never removed hoof capsules, but when they removed them, they didn't know they were deformed, that the feet were deformed. And so if you don't remove the hoof capsule and you just slice that thing down the center or slice it into pieces, you're not going to see the truth because the first thing you have to see is that the horse has a foot, a whole foot covered with skin. Okay. And just like the human, you don't get to know the human being first by cutting him in half. Oh, that's what a human being's like. No, you look at the outward appearance of many human beings. And so you know that we all have a hand, right? Um, but if let's say we were in China, okay, and let's say all Chinese women had their feet bound, and then we moved to China and we think that's their anatomy. See, we don't know that since they were a baby, they've been binding their little feet, you know, to do that to them. Then we might be tempted to think that those kind of people have those kind of feet. See?
Right.
So So I've never really counted the ones I've done. I should sit down and count them. But the ones I've done have always had a specific purpose. And here's the thing about the ones I do too. I take plaster casts of them so that I can look at it later exactly how it was. So like an example would be, let me show you here. Because again, this is about more than just dissections, because you're going to see these groups and they got a million cadaver feet. They're having everybody trim and they're doing this. But it's about that inner foot and long-term learning, even on the same foot. Like I'm learning on the same feet years later because I took plaster casts and thousands of pictures and photos of them in every possible direction, you know. So let me show you this deal here. To explain something. Oh. Let's see.
And Linda, there was one other, I don't know if it ever is going to mean anything or not, but when you said the inside part of the hoof is covered with skin. And just how everything is growing out of that. Is that the right way to say that?
Yeah, sure. Just like the hair grows out of the leg.
Right.
The skin of the leg, you know.
So my horse, one thing that I had checked recently was his thyroid.
Okay.
When your thyroid isn't good, the one vet, he's saying, well, it's a little low, but it's still in normal range, whatever. The I like is on vacation. So in 2 weeks, I get to talk to him about these results. And it's like, okay, he kind of doesn't have very good hair coat and skin on body. He's kind of dandruffy. And that's what made me think to have his thyroid checked.
Okay.
I get these results back about him, you know, it's like, yeah, technically it's normal, but it's a little on the low side. It's like, well, if that's affecting his hair and skin growth, then it must also, because isn't the actual hoof like keratin, just like hair is?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wonder if there are horses that have this in their body chemistry, that their thyroid is not quite right, and that can also affect their hoof growth.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because it's hair and skin.
Yep. Makes sense. You know.
Well, anyway, I'll find out what he says in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Yeah.
So what I have here, okay, so I trimmed this horse. Toby was his name. He's a little gaited horse. I was still, of course, doing barefoot trimming. I can't remember taking the heels back to the base of the frog, or if I had run into Cheryl Henderson and was doing the Strasser trim of taking the heels down to the periopal flap, where you measure from the hairline down the heel 1 1/8 inch, and that's where you trim your heels to, bottom line. Okay, because she teaches that that's a constant. And so I'm just going to tell you, because of different people I've been listening to and people that want to have online classes and charge exorbitant prices for their so-called knowledge. Beware of anything, just like a little while ago when I said always concerning, that always has a hook. And Terry corrected me, and rightfully so. Okay. Beware of always. Beware when people say constant. They use the word constant, okay, on the foot. That always has to be this way, always has to be that way. Because one thing I've found is that there's an alternate version of every darn thing on these feet. They are so deceiving, you know. So it's easy to make a mistake. Of course, the more we get to learning, you know, the more we won't make those mistakes. Okay, so Toby, I know now, from what I know now, that Toby had fantastic feet, okay, but that I was ruining them. And so what happened was Toby got a severe colic and they had to put him down, and the owner let me have his feet. That was the second horse I ever did. The first horse was a mare that had laminitis really bad, and I got a couple of videos on there from many years ago called The Tragedy of Laminitis. And so those were the first feet I got, and I never really actually dissected them. Later, I took the hoof capsules off, but I didn't really know how to take hoof capsules off. So sometimes they were like cut in half and 2 pieces and stuff like that. Okay, so then Toby was the second horse I ever did, other than finding an already dead horse with his feet all dried out. And so I had been trimming this horse for maybe 6 to 8 months and trimming his heels out. And when I got his feet, the first day I removed the capsule, I removed it in pieces. You can see the frog over here. This is the frog. And I took the frog off. I was able to get the capsule off, but without the frog. And so this is a picture I took the first, I believe it was the first day. I did not notice anything about this. I mean, this is the first time I've seen an inner foot like this. I did not notice anything awry or anything wrong with this foot. And just trying to understand it, you know. And so then I didn't know how to keep that foot or what to do with it. I thought, well, I'm gonna bed it, you might say, in borax and salt. So I put it in borax and salt for a day. And then the next day I got it out to take some more photos. And so this was it right here, not with the frog on. Okay, this was the foot the next day. And so I got the frog that I'd taken off, and I thought, I'm going to set it on the frog. Well, I set it on the frog and it didn't fit. And I was really confused. I thought, at the time, I remembered thinking, why is not it fitting the frog? You know, didn't really know. Whatever. Then 3, 4, 5, 6 years later, okay, I'm looking at this picture of the foot here and this picture down here. And by then I know about foot binding. I know about how you're trimming the heels out and how it's pulling this down. And I look at this foot and bam, the understanding came. This is what happened. So as I trimmed the heels out and it pulled the coronary band down and the bulbs and shoving the frog under. Okay. This is what the foot was like when I took the capsule off. Okay. After it sat there in the salt and borax for a day, the cartilages, which cartilage has memory, just like you might kill a chicken, but when you get to that breastbone, it's still going to be the same shape, and you can eat the chicken off of it, and you can bend that breastbone or that cartilage around, but it's going to return to its position, right? Okay, so this cartilage, the lateral cartilage, okay, all that happened was it just shrunk back up to where it should go. And you see how the heel is bent forward here and how this is pulled down? Well, it just returned up to its true shape and form. Right there like that. And so that's why then when I took it and I set it on the frog, it didn't fit anymore. Because what happens is, as you are trimming the heels out and it's pulling all this down, the frog is still growing, but the frog is also being distorted and bent. And so this frog, you see how it's bent up into the foot like this?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It not only bent the frog up into the foot, but it disconnected the bar and bent the bar straight up into the foot. So how much that have felt. I showed that last week because I have his capsule right here and I show how the bar was literally bent up into the foot, that as the back of the foot is pulled down from you lowering the heels, okay, it's taking these bars that are right here and it's bending them up into the foot like that. And it bent this here too. So you see, if you're looking for answers, okay, so even years later, this foot, because see, I save them all, you know, and then I'll look at them time and time again. Years later, this same foot gave me the answer to the question I had all those years ago. Why doesn't the frog fit the foot? Now, this translates further ahead into why we have to trim the frog to release the foot. See? So that's how that goes,
Okay.
you know. So it's not about how many dissections, it's about the quality of the dissection and what you're learning from it.
Well,
And
many look, not all can see.
yeah, you know, I'll show you some other pictures here. Well, this is my file on cartilage. Okay, so here's another dissection. Now I have all the feet on this horse. Did the front foot was totally rotated laminitis, but the back feet weren't. So tell me that's metabolic. It's not, you know. So here's your cartilage again. And this all would have been heel here. This shows you how the cartilage is extended, how it's bent. See, and I was the first person to ever do this. Skin the foot. Skin the foot to show it's just skin. Skin the leg, skin the foot. See, this is a foot covered with skin that grows its capsule. You know, once you see it as the entire unit, well, then take it apart, cut it in half, do what you're going to do. But you have to understand that that horse has a foot in there. See? And so this is that same foot. And the back foot of this horse, he had a really good back foot, but the front feet she was put down. She was put down due to laminitis because trimming the heels out on the front feet is far more devastating than on the back feet. That's why you see so many horses that are totally rotated and screwed up in front, but relatively okay in the back. So, you know, it's the same foot. See, and here's the thing. So I'm doing this dissection and I will soak the feet till all the blood's out. And I notice, well, look at the color of the skin. It's the same, isn't it? See? So that tells me this is just skin. Like, okay, they call it corium. All right. But it's just skin. And like this skin grows the hair. This right here grows the periopal. This here grows the hoof wall. This here, different kinds of skin, grows the lamina. And then you have the lamina. And then look here where the sole starts. And you have a whole different corium that injects yellow glue into the white line of or into the white line of the hoof capsule, the lamina of the hoof capsule, to glue the sole to the wall. See, here's another thing. Nobody has ever talked about that piece of corium before. And I wouldn't have known it except for the fact, and I don't know if I got any pictures here, except for the fact that when you took the whole piece of skin, what you could see the differences in all these coriums really, really clearly. So, okay, so that's just something I did. But now here's another deal that happens. We're having a hoof chat. And this gal comes on and she just started trimming with tact. And so she trimmed her friend's horse. And this horse was also an adopted wild horse. And so he had the same build, except for a different color as our wild mascot, Toby, who has these super great feet. Just a minute. And so she trimmed the heels totally out of him. See that there?
Uh-huh.
I'm freaking out. I felt so bad for the horse and for her misunderstanding, but this is what happens when people are going all over learning information from hither, thither, and yon about barefoot trimming.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So she trims the heels totally out of the horse. I said, oh my God, said, take pictures for the next several days and really watch him, because I'm thinking he's going to, bow all his tendons. Because you just can't do that. Okay. Well, the next day, she takes a picture and look here. That horse is made heel, like what I was describing to you earlier. See it there?
Uh-huh.
See the difference in the shape of the cartilage? How
All right.
now the cartilage is rounded and
Yeah.
the hairline is up off the ground. 2 days after that, she takes another picture. Well, he's made even more heel. This is false heel, and this is how they make false heels. You see that?
Wow.
4 days. Okay. So you see that this study and this research is not just about how many dissections you've done,
Uh-huh.
but what you have learned from a multitude of things, including all of the data that comes in from other people. See, we never would, well, eventually, maybe we would have found this out. Okay. But this here, and this happened about 2 years ago. Okay. We knew there were false heels. All right. We knew that the foot was getting bound, but we did not realize that the foot was doing this in such a short period of time. And then there was also, in another way, kind of the same thing to a degree, my own horse that I did an experiment on after I realized his foot was getting bound. And so I kept his foot in a boot for 4 days.
Right.
And I have pictures of how his whole foot expanded because I was, well, doing what you're doing. I was taking out the periopal between the bulbs. So I want to show a picture of that. Just a minute here. Let's see. Okay, so before we go on though, this foot here was pretty much just like this foot here when she trimmed the heels out of it. And so this cartilage here wants to be up here, just like this horse. And just like your nose or your ear, you can bend it, push it over to the side, but what does it want to do? It has memory. So it wants to go back. Everything in this horse, in the leg, in the tendons, in the muscles, in the foot, tells this foot it's supposed to be right here because that's where it's supposed to be. So you know, they can come along and they can find the rear foot off one dead wild horse that wore its heels out with the 30-degree hairline. And they can tell us all they want that this is how your horse's foot should be. But the truth is that the real horse, his foot, he's telling you he wants his foot to be right here. And so when it's not, and he's walking, just the structure and the mechanics of it is going to pull that foot up anyway. And then since you have less wall here, well, that wall is just going to be pulled in and curled around underneath behind the foot. And it's a pretty cool deal because this is what enables the horse to survive. Is, you know, a horse could wear his heels off like that in a certain situation. Okay. Well, then that foot is designed, okay, to come together and the periopal and the frog and everything and hold that foot together and then lift up and create a false heel so that the horse's hairline and foot is elevated again so that he isn't destroying his whole leg. See?
Right.
Pretty cool. Okay, so, oh, here we go. I'll show you the skin. Let's see, share. Okay, so
Oh,
this is the skin that I skin. See, I've skinned lots of animals because we hunt, you know, and we butchered beef years ago, things like that. And so having skinned animals, okay, I've skinned their leg before, but I never even would have thought of skinning the foot. But what happened was because I keep all these cadaver hooves and cure them different ways, I noticed they turn into leather, that the foot turns into leather or it'll turn into rawhide, right? So I think, well, it's just skin. See, for a long time, like everybody else, I'm calling it corium, like it's some magical deal or different. And then I realized, no, it turns into leather just like the leg, or it turns into rawhide just like leg. This is just skin. That's all it is. Just, you know, we all have different kinds of skin on our body. And uh, so I thought I'm going to try and skin it. Now it's difficult. It's not easy.
I bet.
Okay. But I was able to skin it this much. And so you can see before this, I did not know there was another type of corium right here. But then after that, it made sense because this corium right here is what injects that yellow rubberized glue into the insensitive lamina of the hoof capsule to bind the sole to the hoof capsule. And so you can see the coriums. Okay, right here, that's periopal corium. Then you have the the coronary corium that grows the hoof wall, the horn tubules. But then right here, look at that. That's another kind of corium that grows the lamina on the hoof capsule. And that it then attaches down here to the lamina on the foot, which grows down to here where it is injected with a yellow glue that binds it to the sole right here. See, and then of course you got your frog corium in here and all that. So, see, that's the whole thing there.
All the different layers.
Yeah. And here too, you know, realizing that 2/3 of your foot is soft cartilage and fat. And what's interesting here too is you look at the collateral or lateral ungule, whatever you want to call it, cartilage right here. Look how it's naturally curved. It can't do anything but curl in. be pulled down. First of all, it can be pulled down very easily, but then a major thing it does is curl in.
Mm-hmm.
See? So that, this, just the shape of the foot, and there's your heel platform internally, right there. That's your heel inside. And so, this is all soft tissues. And when you trim the heels out and pulls the back of the foot down, a lot of times it's stripping the frog out and pushing that whole thing forward. Well, then it just makes all kinds of room for all this to just twist around and compress. See? Anyway, okay. This is the experiment I did on my own horse because what I saw was in the wet season, his foot would expand kind of like this, but as soon as it dried out, it would do this. So I got to thinking about how Bracy Clark called the periopal covering the back of the frog stay the frog curtain. And I started thinking about, what does a curtain do? It opens and it closes. It opens and it closes. And so I was seeing my foot expand and contract, expand and contract. And I know by this time from other dissections that the cartilage is straight like this. It is not curved like that. Okay. So what I did was I had a boot and I would take and put a sock over the foot and then take a baggie. Okay. You take the Ziploc part off and you put that over the foot and you secure it with duct tape. And then you fill the boot with any kind of liquid. I had a concoction I made up. And then you put another sock over that. And then you put the foot in a boot so that the foot is being soaked continually. And so then between the bulbs, I don't know if I have a picture of that, but in here, that's not my foot, by the way. This one is. But then I cleaned this out completely, like similar to what you're doing to your horse.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't think I have pictures of it. Let me see here. Probably not. I don't think I do. But anyway, I cleaned that out really deep and really well and thinned the whole frog out. And then this is what happened. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is 12, 21, 20. And you can see how rounded the foot is. Look at the dish in the wall. Look at the underrun heel. 12, 23. So what's that? 21, 22, 23. 2 days later. Look at the difference. Look how the cartilage is extended. Look how the heel's a bit straighter and the wall doesn't have quite as much of a dish. So I do the same thing. I clean out more between the bulbs. And then the next day I go to look. This is 24. Now look, the dorsal wall is straight, the heel is standing out, and the cartilage is fully extended. See it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I say it's not just about the dissections that
So
you could, huh?
So then when you see that happening with the cartilages, like you showed on my horse's hoof, then the heel can start to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like see now in this case, because my boot broke, my experiment, because I didn't have any boots, no money to buy any. So I only had that one boot. I was just experimenting on this one foot. So my experiment was kind of dampered till the wet season came around. And can't remember. What were you asked? What do you ask again?
Well, this made me think of when you were looking at my horse's hoof and you drew on there, you're like, when this expands more, then you're
Yes.
a little nub of heel start to come out of that.
Yes.
Because what is being identified as heel now is not heel, it's sidewall.
Yeah. And by now I had been growing quite a bit of heel, so there's more heel here and capsule than what you think. Okay. Um, uh, but now I can't remember what I was gonna say. I need to drink some water. Never mind.
Okay.
Sometimes I get a having a brain aneurysm here. Sorry. Blah. This is intense stuff to explain everything, you
Mhm.
know? And when you asked me how many dissections I've done, and I told you about 12,
Mhm.
okay, all of a sudden I started to feel like people would look at that and think that was just not enough and I don't know crap. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so I needed to explain that this is absolutely not just about doing dissections and that you should not be impressed when you see that with other people or you see they have a big collection of feet or big this, that, or the other. Because I'll show you something that they're doing. Well, something that Bracy Clark said. He said, and he did a lot of dissections. He said the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. This fact embarrassed me in all my first experiments because he thought he was looking at the real foot when he was looking at a deformed foot and didn't even know it. And then he was making his conclusions and his judgments depending on that deformed foot without realizing it. Then later he goes, oh, here, I've told people this, that, and the other thing. Because if you don't tell nobody, you're not going to be embarrassed, right? So
Mhm.
he'd say, well, I've told people this, that, and the other thing. And now I find that I was looking at a deformed foot and I am wrong. That's why he said this fact embarrassed me. This was factually said. My predecessors also made the same mistakes. So
Mhm.
I'll show you.
Linda, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Before you move from this picture, I wanted to point something out real quick.
Oh, okay. Did I move from it?
No. But
Oh,
on the far right of
uh-huh.
the foot, zoom way in underneath, and you can see that little bulge that you were showing her earlier. The hoof capsule getting bigger in the back there. It really stands out.
Oh, which one?
On the far right, the
Okay.
yeah, and zoom way in. Look right there,
Oh,
right
yep.
there.
Looky there.
See? Yep,
Yep, that little piece
and,
there. And
yep,
The
then,
nubbin.
yeah, the
yep.
nubbin.
Yep.
And
That's what I started to notice when I first started doing the tact. You kept seeing them little bulges would come
these
in as
little
the
bulges that come in, yeah, and your heel. See, if we look at his foot now, he's got a big white buttress.
mm-hmm.
See, not only that, but his feet are not black anymore. They're
Did
multicolored striped.
Did you notice that at the time when you were doing that?
No, I didn't. I did not notice that even. No, not at all. Look at that. Huh.
I've
Yeah.
seen those on my horses, all of them that I've started to, I would start to see that as it got bigger and bigger.
Okay. See how cool is that? Now later, a situation happened where I saw the whole back of his foot release in a whole different way and a big rounded uh, portion of that show up.
Hmm.
And then the whole thing grow down, you know? So anyway, um,
But it was like as you were soaking the foot and that cartilage lifted up, it exposed that.
it
It let it
did.
come down. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it did. These feet, they're so much more flexible than what we think, you know. Okay, let's see. I was gonna show you something else, but now I can't remember what it was.
So
Oh
you were
God.
Jamie Jackson thing and I interrupted you.
Oh no, you're fine.
Can I ask, so to help that nubbin go down straight the way it should go down, is that where you do like a little cutout in the side?
Oh, you mean
I-
where? No, I actually, I never. Uh, you mean to help it grow? Well, see, eventually it will grow down straight. First you gotta unwrap those bulbs and get all that growing. And as that's happening, it's also pulling and moving the frog back. And so that whole frog also, not only are your bulbs coming out, your whole frog is gonna move back as well. And so it all just kind of has to slowly unbind and work together and grow in. And so I tell people, as far as me, you know, I used to really worry about, ooh, that looks like run forward heels. I don't even worry about that anymore because sometimes the
Okay.
heels are looking run forward and collapse just because the back of the foot is extending, if that makes
It's
sense.
relative.
What?
It's going to look that way because it's relative. So
Yeah.
if you weren't having that expansion, it wouldn't look that way as much. But because you're getting the expansion out the back,
Yep.
relative to that growing out the back, makes it look more run under.
Yeah. Absolute. In fact, you know, so I was in the process of, growing heels and all that, and I go out one day and it looked like my heels really ran forward when in reality it had been really moist and the bulbs literally tore away. Tore, not in a bad way, because I had enough heel there that it didn't harm him or anything, but the bulbs literally pulled away. Um,
Oh,
because because your bulbs, you know, all these parts are kind of independent. It's like you could restore your heels and your cartilages and your frog could still be sucked down and bound underneath and forward.
yeah. I
Linda,
I-
sorry guys,
Mhm.
sorry. Here, maybe you should mention that all these changes may shown on the sole of the hoof. It may look reddish.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can.
You remember?
Yeah.
Because somebody who goes through these changes may see these red spots and get scared.
Oh,
Yeah, you can, it can look like bruising when, okay, the covering on that foot is like a big thick Dr. Scholl's gel pad. And so when everything gets forced forward, that sole and that gel pad has also got a lot of pressure pushing it forward, you know? And so when you're releasing everything, you can start getting some strange looking colors. Brown. It will turn brown. Sometimes it can look like it's bruised. But what it is it's all that corium being released and moving back to where it's supposed to be.
oh,
Yeah, so I had that happen. Uh, I might have a picture, just a minute. Um,
Happened to me too. That's why I mentioned it.
yeah, yeah, it's good
And
to
if you-
know.
yes, if you don't know it, you may get panicked because you say, "What did I do now?" But it's normal. It's
okay.
the procedure.
Good to know.
Now, oh goodness me. looking here for this picture. Oh, the thing was that when this was happening to me, my horse never got sore. He was never sore. He just kept getting better and better and better to where when I was barefoot trimming, you know, sore was kind of the name of the game. You know?
Never any horse. I'm with tact now, what, 15 years?
Yeah.
Never any horse got sore after track trimmings.
Yeah. After we
trims.
started doing what was right.
Yes, never. I never heard of someone who said, I lamed the horse.
Yeah, I never did either, even when I wasn't doing it right. You know, as far as the way I was doing it. Now, on my own horse, I did see tender-footed, but got to remember we called that transition too. You know, but after 2016, no. So that's what been we're coming on 9 years of learning about the
Yes.
heel buttress and restoring heels. But before that, it happens all the time, but nobody ever says anything, and that is the God's truth. Okay. You can go to all these sites. All you have to do is go to all these barefoot sites and hear all the massive problems people are having, you know. But it's never blamed on the trim. You know, they'll get 100 opinions, but it never the trim, never the trim. You know, well, it is the trim that's causing all these problems. It's caused all my horses problems, you know. Let's see here. Let me.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I've kind of heard on David Landerville is that it's kind of like a normal, oh, well, they'll be sore for a little.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Strasser too.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know that because see, I kind of knew that, but now you have confirmed that for me
Well,
because
I forgot to tell you another thing that I tried on him.
uh-huh.
Have you heard of Hoof?
Yes. That's expensive.
Oh, I spent $20,000.
Oh my God.
Holy moly.
Yeah. Had a
Oh
guy
my,
had a guy and I had to fly a guy and his assistant out from Wyoming.
oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah. And now I know, and he's the one that told me some of the stuff about David Landerville.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
This guy's name is Joel Brown, and
Mm-hmm.
he does. And now I just know it's like putting the hoof. I can't believe I paid someone to do this. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
Well, what do you know? You know,
uh,
you're trying to help your horse, you know. Like I said, we're
you're
fixers.
desperate. You are
Yes,
desperate,
you are desperate.
and you feel like a bad mother if you
Yep,
don't explore every avenue to help.
that's right. That's right.
So out of desperation, but now I know. So you would get temporary because the hoof was like it's like a fake hoof capsule.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
You would see elevation because everything
Mm-hmm.
was just squished together, and the only way it can grow is up.
Uh-huh.
But then because all that stuff is still up in and then it would deflate, and it's like, oh well, you need to do it again and again. And anyway,
Yeah.
uh
That's amazing that you did that. I knew somebody else that did that too. I'm trying to remember
yeah,
who it was. I know they now did they give you did you get the stuff?
the kit, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a little daunting to do it yourself, so that's why the first couple of times, and the first time I had a guy do it, and he didn't put any dental impression material.
Uh-huh.
He said that was ridiculous. And so here, oh, I just want to throw up. the hoof is in this artificial capsule with no give anywhere but
Mhm.
up, but up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I found out that that was wrong from the Formahoof people themselves. And that's how I ended up having Joel come out, and he uses the dental impression material. But
Uh-huh.
I ended up with thrush problems,
Yeah.
which they said, oh, no, no, because I'm like, well, you're closing everything up. And it's like, well, what do I know? And sure enough, that happened.
Mhm.
And then you had this puffing up and then this deflating because you really weren't fixing the internal structures.
Uh-huh.
And I paid for that.
That's too bad,
Yeah.
I had
you
a
know.
similar experience with the not the former hoof, but the 3D pads with the DIM and all that stuff.
Oh,
And
Uh-huh.
my 29-year-old horse, she grew, plenty of heel, grew straight up, and as soon as you took all that off, it just all fell right back down because it wasn't, like you said, the internal. It has to happen gradually and everything come back into place.
Yeah.
You can
right.
put that stuff on and grow all the heel all day long, but it just collapsed right back
Well,
down.
these Formahoof people have made a ton of money with like polo horses
Mhm.
because those people have a ton of money, and
Yeah.
these horses just, because they can't go through the process of growing a proper hoof, they just slap this on and it supports everything, and they put like little tire tread things in the bottom of it for
Mhm.
gripping in the grass they run on, and they just
Jeez.
they live in those things
Mhm.
forever.
You would think so.
Well,
I,
this
Till
is
they break down,
There's
yeah.
get sent to the killer.
yeah.
well, this is better than exactly than ask you to kill your horse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, money is money, but if somebody comes and say, "Oh, that's a lost case," you have to put the horse down. It is what I had when I met Linda.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah, they
to
were
me,
telling you to put put her down, weren't they?
yes. And
You
I
know.
was doing Strasser at that time.
Yeah.
Well, at least I survived that, and the horse survived that,
Thank goodness.
and,
Yeah.
and I stayed alive long enough to hear Linda.
Hey, there you go. Hopefully I'll be alive a few more years and be able to see the fullness of some of this come to pass.
Yep.
You know,
We are the lucky ones who
we are.
survived.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because a lot of horses are dead,
Yeah.
you know, and this kills people too. Okay. Well, first of all, it breaks people's hearts. And it also kills people when you consider that uh lame horses trip and
Mm-hmm.
fall. And Bracy Clark uh, mentioned that it had been very destructive to both horses and men. And this is all about lowering heels and frog pressure. And this doctrine that's been going on that the barefoot movement just magnified, you know. Um, and so that's what this is all about, just lowering heels, and it's that simple. You're lowering the heels and it's contracting the feet. I mean, really, that's all we're dealing with, contracted feet, really. Okay. And that is what, when you read Bracy Clark's book, the preface, the very opening paragraph is he says, about 9 years ago, whilst uh, exploring the reason for contracted feet, it occurred to me that the reasons put forth were not real, you know. And so that's what started his whole search to what was going on. And he come to the conclusion it was lowering heels and forcing frog pressure caused contracted feet. But like, okay, so if you look at this picture I got up there now. Okay, so I've been growing heels, obviously, Since 2000, well, really since 2015, but with knowledge that we should since 2016 of January. So this is, let me make that bigger. This is 11/30/19. And remember how I told you, and actually this just dawned on me when I told it to you. So you got to realize that sometimes when we're doing all this stuff, I might realize something right at the time we're talking about it, you know. So, okay, I want you to look at the sole here. See that? Okay. This deceives you into thinking your heels are wide apart. See that they're aimed that way. See what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But that's not the truth. Just a minute here. The truth is they're
Oh.
aimed this way.
Yep.
See that? And in reality, this thing is clear over in here, pushing against the frog right here. But this little piece of frog here has that truth covered up. Okay. And so yeah, this one more than this one, but they're really aimed this way, like that. Now, I have been trying to understand this more, and when we were talking about that earlier, see, I know this for a fact, that you learn by being able to share. That's why we had such smart people in the first generations of this nation, because we had these one-room schoolhouses where the older kids taught the younger kids. And plus they learned Greek and Latin and I mean all kinds of things of where our language came from, and they knew how to express themselves, and they were inventors, and you know, they were smart. So when we come together like this, the more you share, the more you learn. And you often learn as you are sharing. So today it came together for me why this was so deceiving.
Mhm.
See? Okay, so now that was 11/30/19. This is 11/30/20. And I think that experiment I showed you was in 21. Okay, because see, when I first started doing this, I didn't know the feet were bound. I thought it was just a matter of growing heels. Okay, so right around in here, I'm still thinking it's just a matter of growing heels, kind of. But anyway, let me undo that. So this is a year later, and I think I had done that experiment. I can't remember. Anyway, but you can see the difference in my bulbs here, that the foot has opened up a lot, the frog has gotten longer, you might say. But look here, here's on this foot, here's that hook. See it there?
Mhm.
So it's only been here a few months ago that I started removing this piece right here. And of course, I had more of a hook over here because my foot has expanded and changed a lot since this, you know. But anyway, let me undo that there. Uh, let me see if
I
I
have a
can.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was this is Sherry. What was it that made you realize that the hooves were bound? Like when you were studying hooves and trimming, and what was it that made you just like go, I'm cutting the heel off and the hoof is bound?
Okay, well that part, the understanding that the heels being trimmed was binding the foot was gradual, coming to a gradual understanding after many photos and many different events taking place. Like it would probably take me too long to find it right now, but so I come out one day and I see my bulbs right in here, that there's this real weirdness here, like well, what happened was it got wet, and these bulbs literally, look here, these are bigger right here than these ones right here. These are bound up in here, and you don't even know it. Okay. What you don't even know there's a crack here, and that these are
Right.
actually up in here. So I come out one day and it was wet, and they had literally torn away from the frog. And then I looked at my foot from the side, and it looked god awful horrible with the bulbs sticking way out the back, and like it had way run forward heels, and it was just like a monster looking thing. And so that was the beginning of realizing that. And of course, we kept seeing different changes in the cartilage, you know? And so it was a combination of dissections of good feet that we didn't really know was good feet, and just trimming and taking constant pictures and seeing what was trying to understand what was going on in the pictures, you know?
Well, to me, this sounds like in medicine, you're trying to diagnose something. And
Yeah.
sometimes the only way to diagnose something is by applying a treatment and seeing the results of that treatment. So it's like, okay, here's the foot that I have, and it gets the soaking. That's your treatment. And then you discover something out of that treatment.
Yeah. That's exactly what I've been doing. And that's what other people have been doing too. You know, then they'll do it and get the result one way or the other, and then take the pictures and document it, you
So
know.
I don't know that much about veterinary medicine, or so like I've had hoof x-rays done before. It doesn't really show you any of the soft tissue
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I know.
The vet can just look at, here's P1, P2, P3. Do you have phalangeal alignment? That what's going on with the coffin bone. But all this bound up stuff in there, that's not seen at all.
Yeah.
And if it's not seen at all in those diagnostics, it they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, see, but they never really look, you know, because if you take a whole bunch of x-rays, and because it always pretty much mostly they show the side view, you know, and so if you take a whole bunch of x-rays, you'll start seeing, boy, the back of that foot sure looks different in a bunch of many, many, many different ways, because there's different degrees of that binding. And so you see all kinds of different shapes, like way too much of a, what you would call, way too much diversity in the back of that foot. There's got to be something wrong, because anatomy is not that diverse. You know, human anatomy, you're going to see some basic shapes, right? Even one way or another. But when you look at x-rays in the back of that foot, see, their eyes have been trained to focus on the coffin bone.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe
it.
I can add something here,
Okay.
because you remember the photograph of the inner foot that Linda showed us before, and she always told us you have to have this image into your brain and to connect the capsule of the hoof to that image.
Yeah.
Because the capsule is born from that image. And this is what I did. So in these photos that we are looking now, you see how the bars are roundish.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the left.
The one on the left, yes.
Yeah.
If you recall the photo of the inner foot, there is no roundish shape in the bars. So we try to make the bars right.
Look like the inner foot to a degree. Yeah. Yeah, try
So
to mimic
yes,
that.
and this is what Linda said, and this is what I learned from what she said. I am trying always to have this inner foot in my mind and try to apply the capsule on that image.
Yeah, and our understanding of the inner foot grows. You know, just like recently the thing about the central sulcus. You know, that
Yes.
image has been in our head of both the truth, because we're looking at the inner feet all the time and we're seeing that open area in back, but at the same time this image has been put in our head of a central sulcus up there, so therefore we're not cleaning out the back of the foot like we should, so that can all open up, you know. So our see, so while that is true, and we do that, on the other hand, we have to say, but inner feet can be deformed. So somebody could come along and take off hoop capsules and look at an inner foot. And I'll give you, here we will look at a classic example. Just a minute here. Where would that be? Trying to think of what it was under. Oh, inner foot. Just a minute. HI. We'll look at a
And
classic
Linda always
example
said
here.
you have to have X-rays in your eyes when you look at your hoofs.
Yeah, we're sure trying to. Let's see. Okay, where is that? Well, boogers.
Yes.
I got it. Oh, here it is. Okay,
This is
so
my favorite photo you're going to post.
let's see. Share. Is it this one or another one? Just a minute here. I'm lost.
No, not this one.
Okay. Oh, nope, this isn't the one I wanted to show either. I wanted to show that one that has darn it. Just a minute. Let me look. Hold on. Where is that foot?
The solar view.
Okay, I know what you're talking about there, but I was looking for another foot where it shows. Oh, here we go. This one, to give an example of how you can look at a deformed foot and think it's not deformed, and then make an interpretation off that foot that is not correct, which will lead you into error. And so let's see. Okay, share this one here. Okay, so this was not a deformed foot. I mean, she had some issues in the pillars, but really it was a very good foot. This was fancy, a mare that broke her foot, broke her leg. Okay, but now, okay, when you first take these feet out, if it doesn't have the heels to support it, this is going to fall to the ground. And so one mistake somebody would make is, oh, the foot has a 30-degree hairline. Well, no, it doesn't. It's just the way I'm holding this foot. And now that it's sitting on the ground, the heels are kind of collapsing forward and the bulbs are falling down, because it has to have the capsule to support it. But what I want you to see is this foot up here. Now, this is actually the picture of a dissected foot, but this foot was deformed and distorted. Okay, but the person that was studying it and teaching about anatomy, they came up with a theory based on a deformed foot. See? And so then that would lead them, first of all, not to recognize distortion. Now, what I want you to see here, let me get this here, is the coronary band. How the coronary band, that's not a good color. Let's use bright
It's
green.
dropping.
The coronary band is dropping and going under the foot like that. Okay? And the heel is pushed forward. These are all going forward. This is foot bound. Look at the cartilage. The cartilage goes down like this. So this is a bound foot, but the person doesn't know it. And if there was a time if I would have dissected this foot, well, there was a time I dissected a foot like that and didn't know it. Okay? There was a time. Just a minute here. Let's go back. Let's see. Clear all drawings. Just a minute here. I hope I didn't close it. Okay, when I was showing you the picture of a second here, go back, close that out, because I want to go back to that picture to show you how I didn't know, you know. Let's see here. Okay, ABC, BC, cartilage. There you go. Okay. I did not know. This is the same kind of foot right here. This is the exact same kind of foot, in fact. Okay. Because I was looking at that other foot and I was looking at it and going, seeing this little piece under it. And I was going, is that the frog? Okay. So look at this. Look how the coronary band goes down and around here like this. Okay. How the cartilage is bent down around the foot. Okay, now let's go back to this foot. Let's see here. Okay, same kind of foot. You see that? Coronary band is bent clear down, going down here. You see this piece right here? That's the frog. Because even though it looks like a drawing kind of, this is actually a real foot that the hoof capsule was removed off of. Now, he has a coffin bone kind of superimposed upon it right here. See? Right there. So it looks like a drawing, but this is not a drawing. This is a dissected foot with the capsule removed. This is the coronary band going back and pulled down the foot. And this right here is the back of the frog corium that has been shoved under the foot right there. So that is the same as this foot right here. See the frog? See? In this foot, that frog is pulled up here. Okay, after the cartilage and the peel and everything move back up. Okay, here, when the coronary band and the cartilage and everything is pulled down, okay, this is the frog corium. It's going to pull it down and shove it forward too. So you have this area here. So they're the same foot. Okay, but these feet are deformed and distorted. This is more of what the true foot really was when the cartilage pulled back up and the heel straightened up. You see how it runs the heels forward here? Okay, that's why your heels are run forward. They can't do anything but grow like that. See? Because look, here's the heel buttress. See how it is? You know, that's why they keep wanting to come in here and cut that off. See, because they don't like them run forward heels. But that's all you're going to get when everything is shaped in this direction. Well, then, even though you may have some horn tubules that run like that, eventually these are all going to push into them, and they can eventually push your toe wall forward. See? And so that's why then in barefoot trimming, people started taking back the toe because the toes started shooting forward. And eventually, they started figuring out, well, we can just make this little compact hoof, So, so here, what happens is as you're gradually changing the shape of this foot, then everything starts to push back up into place, and then your heels are growing correctly. Like this, the coronary band is straight. Everything's growing. I ran into something there. More straight, like so. Kind of like that. Anyway, not the best drawing. So that's what I say. Bracy Clark said, these deformed feet can deceive you. So I have some feet that are not deformed and some feet that are. But when I was first doing this, I did not know that they were deformed. It's like, okay, the first horse's feet I got off that mare that had such severe laminitis and had to be put down. Okay. The bars on the capsule were way high, and I assumed that the bars had grown and pushed the foot up. That is not what happened at all. What happened was, as the back of the foot was forced out of the capsule, the bars that were there were detached, like pulling a fingernail off, and then another bar started growing in its place. And then when the foot rotated up in the back again and got torn loose from the current bar, it started growing another bar. And so when you would just look at this, you would assume it's just the bar grew up into the foot. Impacted bars, ever heard of that? But that wasn't what it was. It was the rotation of the back of the foot out of the back of the capsule, tore the foot out of the current heel and bar, and a new whole set started growing. And that horse had even 2 sets of sole. See, you'll see this happen. Okay, the back of the foot comes loose from the current capsule. Well, it just starts growing another capsule on the bottom of that foot. And since you have the old capsule there hiding everything, you don't even know that's going on. See? Okay, so anyway. Okay, so I was going to show you my pony's foot. Okay, which is very interesting. But first, I want to show you a video of her walking. Okay? So that you can see that in spite of how her feet look, is pretty darn amazing, that she feels pretty darn good. And it has not always been the case. We've had our ups and our downs. Okay. But now, because I understand so much more about the back of this foot and releasing it, I have applied some of these things, and it's working. It's working. And see, I have never felt that I could permanently write something down for other people unless I myself was a success. And so even though I have had some success, my gilding is doing well, I got to have the true foot on these animals. That's just the bottom line. Oh, excuse me for a second. Okay, so we're gonna go to the pony. What time is it? 4:40. Oh, we're doing good. Okay. Just a second here. Okay, let's close that. And I'm gonna go to let's see, I'll put you on something till I get there. Let's see, what do we want to look at? Oh, well, here you go. Here's Chester, the wild horse, when I first started trimming his foot, what it looks like. And this is Valor's foot when his
Can you
bulbs,
share?
oh yeah, when his bulbs expanded. Okay. Can you see it? Do I have it on
Yep,
there?
you got
Okay.
it.
When his bulbs expanded. Now I want you see that area right there that looks kind of funky? Okay, this cartilage and heel used to be down here, all bound into there. And so this is when the bulb expanded and the foot looked like that. I mean, I was horrified. I was like, oh my God, look, he's got run forward heels because his foot got a look of something I had never seen before. And now, and this is the same foot, look how black it is. Okay, I want to show you his foot kind of as it looks right now. So hold on a second here. Well, let's see here. Okay. Well, oh, well, I'll just show this one. Now, this is a foot also that got hurt. Okay. So I'll show you. Well, let's do this one. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is a couple months ago. See, that's quite different from, and let's see here, quite different from this, I would say, wouldn't you? I mean, can you see the difference?
New share?
Oh, sorry. I thought I did. From that, see, quite a difference.
Yeah.
You know, now his heel comes clear up back to here. Okay, so let me go to Facebook and drop the get the pony thing going here. Now I let's see, Facebook. There we go. Okay, go to my page. Okay, so now I keep her booted and bagged so that her feet stay moist. Okay, and booted and bagged means, let me share here. Booted and bagged
Did you want a new
means,
share?
yeah, there we go. Means that besides boots, she has, I use like baby socks or footies. I'll put 2 socks on her with a Ziploc bag.
Linda, we're still seeing
Oh, you
Valor's
are?
foot.
Okay.
Girl, come back.
What?
Mr. Wilmer's family is here and
Oops, wait a
it's a
minute.
mess.
Mr. Wilmer?
Wait a
Mhm.
minute.
Didn't he
I
just
gotta
smash it?
find.
Wilmer?
There we go.
What do they want?
Devin, can you hear me? You keep unmuting yourself. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right. Do you see it now? This video here?
Yep, we can see Jackie.
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
Oops, just a minute here. Share. Well, I'm supposed to be able to do it so you can hear the video. But if you don't hear it, I can still narrate. Okay? Okay. All right. So this is Jackie the other day. I just got her out because I had done this is labor intensive work. And so I just done one foot. She's what I call booted and bagged. Wait a minute. Okay. And that means I keep little socks on her feet with a baggie over it, secured with duct tape because duct tape doesn't cut off the circulation. And then a sock over that, one or two socks over that, and then put in a boot with a DIM elevation kind of wedge pad with not only no frog support but negative frog support. In other words, it's not just flat, it's actually molded out with a crevice so there is absolutely no frog support at all. And before, whenever I was working on this, I would always make this frog support and, make sure it would mold it up in there. As soon as I quit doing frog support, she was noticeably more comfortable. And not only that, but her foot did something it's never done before in the way it did it, as far as expanding and the cartilages unrolling. In fact, to such a degree that I was in shock and awe. Okay. Okay. So we're just going to watch her walk here. Where am I? I did her left front. No, wait. Or was it right? I can't even remember. Oh, okay. Just a minute here. So I did this left front 4 or 5 days ago. And so now this was day before yesterday. I'm going to do this one here. I can't remember which foot now really showed the stark improvement. Okay, it was this one over here, I think. Yeah, it was this one over here. Okay. Okay, anyway, do you see anything wrong with the way that pony's walking out? Hello?
Hard to tell because the video is so jerky.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Right.
you don't really see her like just walking. It's like stop, start.
It's like a whole
Oh.
bunch of still photos. Bing, 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 bing.
Oh, well, that sucks. Gosh dang it. Well, you can go to my page and look at it, or I'll post it on the group. I might have a better. No, I don't have a better. Well, wait, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Anyway, I'm going to tell you right now, she's walking great. Okay. Start, stop, up, down. If you know anything about horses with severe laminitis and rotation, okay, and then you watch this pony, you're going to think nothing's wrong with her. She's just walking along wanting to eat grass. Okay, so that really disappoints me though. You know, I don't know why it would be so jerky because it's not jerky on my Facebook page. Um, anyway, okay, so just a minute and I will show you. Maybe I didn't get those posted. Surely I got these.
I'm looking on your
pictures here.
page and I don't see the video.
Crap. Or what page is it? Just a minute. I know I posted. See, there was supposed to be a whole bunch of pictures too. You never know. Just a minute here. Let me undo this. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else.
Guys, I must leave you now. It's very, very, very late for me. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Linda.
Hey.
Oh, and thank you.
Thank you. You have a good sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I have to go,
Bye.
and I'm going to go snowplow.
Okay, well, we might not be able to look at them on this deal because I'm gonna have to post them on my page. And I thought, see, I thought I posted all those pictures. Oh,
I just found it on my phone.
you
And Jackie's
found
looking really good.
okay. Well, I'm gonna have to wait till next week because I'm gonna have to upload all these pictures. See that there was supposed to be that video there, and then all the pictures of her feet. But well, here maybe I can. Maybe let me see. I could probably post a couple. Yeah, you've got to see. You have got to see this. Okay. Yeah. So hold on. I'll post it here. What the heck? Oh, okay. I'm on the wrong phone. Where is my other phone? Hold on. Oh my God. Oh, here it is. Okay. Because it falls right into what we were talking about. These feet coming unbound. Let's see. What's on your mind? Photo, video. Okay. Oh, crap. Discard. What's on your mind? Photo, video, select multi. Okay. Okay. There we go. It's just like 2 or 3 photos, but you will see this amazing difference. Okay, let's see. Refresh. Okay. Oh, just a minute here. Save images. Okay, hold on. Just a second here. Save images. Okay, save images. Okay, now, I have to tell you, just a minute here, that, oh gosh dang it. I was really hoping I would have found the picture of the after trim, but that's all right. What you're gonna see here, hold on. Because I gotta get these two pictures together for you to be able to see the difference. Hold on here. And then we'll be done. Let's see here. Okay. That foot. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Now, the temptation will be to think that the second foot looks worse. Okay. But I want you to remember.
You share?
Okay, in a second here.
Okay.
I got to take a picture so that I have them in the same deal here. Okay. Okay, hold on. Do. Okay, here we go. New share. Where is the darn thing? Okay. Okay, like I said, the temptation will be to look at it and think, oh my God, that looks horrible. But, okay, now, Pony's walking great in spite of how this foot looks. Okay. Plus, I had just trimmed her, so I trimmed a lot of this excess growth off. But there's something I want you to see that's very interesting. Now, you remember how the bulbs get pulled clear under the foot, right? And how they can be spooled in and then covered over with stuff, and you don't even know that's going on, right? Okay, so here we go. Okay, so now this foot on the left, I want you to look at the hairline, how it goes down, and how her bulbs are clear under her foot. Do you see that? Do you see how the hairline is clear down here? Anybody there?
Yep.
Now I want you to look at the
Yes.
difference in this foot. Just a minute here. A minute. I want you to look over here, and I want you to see the reality of what was going on with this foot here. The reality, these bulbs were compressed and buried in her foot. And look what you have now. Look, here's the hairline. Now it's clear up here. And you see this area here, right in the center of the foot on the left or the right. Do you see it?
Uh-huh.
That is showing how much her bulbs came up and unwrapped. And what this is a Periopal frog here that is totally dead. It was like hard as a rock and totally dead. And so what we have here is that her whole foot came up and started to unwrap, and we can see the truth of where her bulbs are. Can you see that? Right in there?
Yep.
So I think that's pretty danged amazing that her foot completely, well, first of all, the walls grew out extensively and the foot unbound. Right there. Well,
So what's your next step on these feet? What's your next thing that you're gonna do?
well, I just trimmed up the frog, and now what I'll do, now this is all going to separate and come apart because her bulb, look at this. Where am I at here? Her bulb is clear up in there. See it?
Mm-hmm.
Bulbs go clear up in there to where here, this area right here, you see this area here?
Uh-huh.
Right there? That was pulled clear down here.
Good gosh.
Wow.
Let's see.
Mm-mm-mm.
See, I was disappointed in myself because I did not take a picture of the after trim where I trimmed all this out, so that it will release all this part of the foot. But look here, just a minute here. Where are we at here? See, you can see clear up in there that it's literally that you just take those little bulbs and they were twisted and pressed in almost clear up into the middle of her foot. And then this part again, right here, this has moved, well,
Up.
way up,
Up.
and who would have ever thought that that a foot can even contort to that degree,
No kidding.
No wonder she had a hard time walking.
Freak. Yeah. Because look, it covers it all up. Somebody might look at look at the back of the foot like this and go, oh, that's not too bad. But what they don't realize is how all this has been stretched and forced down when it's supposed to be up here. See?
How much time is between those two pictures?
A couple of months. Well, 6 weeks.
Wow, that's not all that long for that much
No,
change.
it isn't.
No, see, it got cold and all that, right? And I told you I haven't been feeling good. And so the only thing I was able to do was squirt some water in a bag so I couldn't see the foot or nothing like that. And then I couldn't even do that here when it was cold. So this is what I'm saying. These little boots like this with this stuff on them, and of course I use Dr. What's his name stuff, C.F. Crosley's lotion and stuff, and I mix it with water and I just soak the feet in their little baggies and the socks. And then I'll take like a syringe with a tube on it and refill it on occasion and make it wet. But I hadn't even been able to do that, or it probably would have been even way better. Okay. And so that boot's been on her 6 weeks with the socks on and a little baggie and the other sock in the boot. Okay. And I've done this multiple times and it is never harmful. I mean, it's never been harmful like, oh, her foot was wet too long. No, if anything, it wasn't wet enough, long enough. The other times before when I endeavored to release the foot, well, something always happened. Like first of all, if your foot looks kind of normal and it's a can foot and you do this, your toe will shoot out like a rocket. Okay. And then you start freaking out going, I don't know if that toe should be like that because we've been so programmed. So you take off the toe and every single time it will screw you up. All right. So because that toe don't worry about the toe. You don't want it to become, to grow to New York. Okay. That's not good either. But you want to be careful how you mess with that toe because it's holding some stuff together, because the important thing is you want to unbind the back of this foot. You want to unbind the back of the foot. And so I'll take some pictures tomorrow. I'll go out and take that boot off and take pictures. And now I wish I would have had, I thought I took a darn picture of the after trim. Sometimes I forget to do that because it's a lot of work to do all this booting up and taking off the boot and then trimming. See, just a minute here.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, see. Let's see. Here, let me see if I can find. I know that's not it. Pretty sure that's not it. That's not it. Oh. Well, I can show you the other foot. I can show you the boot I make. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I do have a picture of it. Ah, that's the other foot. These pictures are so little on this camera. Nope, that's yesterday. Gosh darn it. Oh, wait a minute. Well, let's try this. No. Yeah, I didn't. Gosh darn me for not taking pictures of that thing after I trimmed it and got that big chunk of that out of there. Um, let's see here. Eh. But I can give you an example of what I do on the other foot. I do basically the same thing on Valor as far as, and you're going to see the shape of the frog, how the frog is all distorted. Let's see here. Gosh, dang it. Select multi. Now the other foot did not release as much as that foot.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I don't know, but I can show you what it looked like here. Oh, I think I did find a picture of it partially trimmed, maybe not. We'll see. Where I trimmed at least some of that frog off. So let me go look here. Let's see here. What in the dang Sam double H hockey sticks? See, I just posted that. What the heck? Well, I may not be able to show it. It doesn't seem to have come through. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, it did. Here we go, new share. Okay, so here's the DIM I did with the frog indentation. See that? No frog support at all. Because you figure then when they walk and they're pressing down, then the foot can, push down and spread out more than if you had frog support. So, okay, so that is, I think, is that, nope, that's the other foot. Darn it. Well, here's that foot again. But let's see. Nope, I guess I didn't take any after trims of that foot. That's kind of disappointing. Let's see here. Anyways, come here. I guess I didn't. So where's the share? Oh, okay. Nope, I didn't. I thought, you look at those little pictures on the, you look at the little pictures. Now this is what's interesting, because now that I'm looking at it, look, I got 2 sets of periopal. So you know what that means, right? That means the foot actually came out of this part of the capsule. You see that? See this set of periopal here?
Uh-huh.
See this set?
Yep.
So there's 2 sets of periopal. So the foot did expand. Now, what I did different here was this part here, I took that notch out right here, part of the curl of the heel, of the contracted heel. So I think that probably helped, but the point is to show you how deformed these feet get when you're trimming the heels out,
Linda,
yeah.
what is that split that goes right around the bulb, right just above where your little pointer is that goes up, like that crack keeps going around?
Right here?
What is that? Yeah.
This is the frog. This is old frog and periopal.
Okay.
Okay. This is where this goes in under the foot where the bulb is.
Okay.
Okay. The bulb is clear up under here.
Okay.
See, and this is, look how contracted these bulbs are together. Okay. Before, all of this, all of it was pulled under the foot. Whereas now it's all released and this part of the hairline has moved up. See, look at this.
Right, but why is there that space or a crack or something, or is that just the way it's separating?
Well, if you were to take the hoof capsule off, see, there's that space that's in all these horses, whether you know it or not. Okay. Usually all this periopal covers it up so that you don't know it's there.
Okay, I wondered about that.
Yeah. See, if I bet if I was to look at your horse's feet right now and look at the back there, I could show you where there's a fine hairline crack right here and right here. And this periopal here has grown. See, the periopal that was up here, as the heels were being trimmed out, it grew over the whole thing to bind that whole foot so that it was just like what you see right here. See this foot here?
Uh-huh.
Okay, this part here is supposed to be clear up here.
Right.
Okay, so it pulls it down. And then the periopal, see that periopal that's under there? That's where the bulbs are. The bulbs are under the bottom of the foot. And this periopal band right here, that's part of the periopal band right there. And now it is that same periopal band is right here and up behind the foot where it was underneath the foot before. See, because the whole foot came unbound. Not not completely unbound.
Right.
Okay. But see this piece of periopal here? That's the old periopal that was underneath the foot, binding the foot under in this little teeny capsule. Okay. Look, so it came undone or released, and then the back of the bulbs expanded out of the capsule. And so then when they did, they grew new periopal skin right here. And now you can see the bulb right there. But they're still wrapped in. They're still wrapped in, but they're not pulled under. See the difference? Okay. Anyway.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's kind of where we're at here. You know, so you see why I say I don't feel like any form of success till this pony is 100%. You understand what I'm saying? Like, tack this, tack that. All right. We've made some progress and are getting to know some great things. But until I understand how to unbind and restore these feet, and see, it's okay, Angeliki shared
your
the
connection is
video.
getting kind of shaky.
Oh, is it? How am I now? Am I okay? Hello?
At the moment, it's all right.
Okay, I was moving around. Okay, so that video of Pocahontas who lost a coffin bone, but still runs around like crazy and doing great, and they grew a whole new hoof capsule. I know that this pony's feet can be restored whether she's got damage to her coffin bone or not. Because all these horses that get laminitis like this get have damage to the toe. You know? So that told me if I can restore the back of this pony's foot, she can be, well, then there's hope for all these other horses. You know what I mean? That's what I'm headed for. Anyway, that's all I have. And so you see, this is why Angelique said you have to be able to see the inner foot. How is it that the inner foot can literally be twisted and contorted and curled in and then covered up with frog and periopal and what looks like heels and even look like a normal foot on occasion? See? So look like this foot here. Like you don't even know when you're looking at these feet that they are that they're not just distorted. They're contorted. See, that foot is contorted, not just distorted. Okay. Well, anyway, that's all I got for today. So everybody have a good week. Thank you for everybody that's here and for sharing. And we will see you next week, hopefully.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So now
Bye.
do I need to cut this last part off? Is it horrible? I want your opinions.
No, it is very informative. It's a really, really good example of how curled that foot could end. I mean, I understood that, but until you post those pictures,
Uh-huh.
show how that foot unbound that much
Mm-hmm.
in really a
Okay.
relatively short period of time. I mean, that's amazing.
Okay, and that was from trimming out those curls.
Yeah.
Remove those
Linda,
curls. Yeah.
I had to leave for a little bit, but I just came back and caught the very end of this. That picture that you had that was just up before this one, is that the same hoof?
Yes.
Okay, because I was just gonna ask you about like how long you would leave the heels that long.
Well, I took them down a little bit, but that's not that the actual heels. You
Yeah.
know, that's sidewall.
Okay.
So she still needs that elevation.
Yeah.
See, she needs that elevation. You see, when you look at the side of the foot, I should find some pictures of the side of the foot. Um, her hairline is almost not quite straight across, and her foot is actually up where it's supposed to be. So this is not heel. Her heel is clear in here. See, it's clear in there. You're
Uh-huh.
not seeing any real heel buttress at all. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is just sidewall and totally contracted heels. So so I,
No.
I'm not worried about the height because I know for her foot that it's just right, that if I was to lower it, now I'll take it down some and level it out, but I know
Mm-hmm.
for her foot that if I was to lower it, her bulbs will want to contract
Okay.
because that's the way the foot is made. Now, I'm anxious. I wish I'd have taken pictures. I did do a video, I think, of this foot trimming it, so I should post that. But um, I'm really anxious to see what it's done since I trimmed it. See, and
Mm-hmm.
so uh, to see if it has widened up more. You know, so since I don't know. I'm wondering, see, I'm trying to remember everything I did when I trimmed that foot last, and I'm pretty sure that I not only took out notches, but I put these little lines in here as well,
Uh-huh.
maybe. But anyway, I know that I'd never seen, and here's the thing, I could feel her cartilages, and I could never feel them before.
Yeah.
You know, the ends of the cartilages like you would feel on a normal horse with the relatively unbound foot. You
Yeah.
could feel her little cartilages. And, when the foot was the other way, not ever.
How long, I think I missed this part. How long from that hoof right there to the other picture you just had up there? How far apart are those two
About
pictures?
about 6 weeks.
Wow, that's a huge change.
Yeah, it
That's
it
awesome.
it was. And plus the comfort level. I get the comfort level was really astounding. See, I mean, she just walks right out and she feels good and uh not, and the way she puts her feet out and everything is really, really, really good.
Yay, that's exciting.
So, I mean, you'd look at that and go, how could that be? But, how is it that some of these horses that we see, their feet are so screwed up, but yet they're bebopping around,
Yeah.
you know, and stuff.
Yeah.
So, from where
Until they aren't.
yeah, until they aren't. The thing
Yeah.
is, she's going the other way, you know, the other way. Um, and I've had her comfortable a number of times, but not been able to unbind her feet like this. Like this was a real shock. And you can see, you look at this part, you can see how the hair, you can see there's a crack there, right? So you know
Yeah.
that's twisted in, and that if inside there you'd have more hairline. See?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yes. It's funny. I used to do rescue horses at a rescue barn, and some of the
Uh-huh.
horses didn't stand very good. So I'm like, well, if I can just get their front feet and, if I can at least just nip off the hoof wall,
Yeah.
But now that I think about it, looking back, I was like, man, now I'd be like, well, if I could just trim the bar and the frogs.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That'll feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hey everybody, thanks for letting me share this.
Thank you, Linda.
And
Appreciate it.
Stefan, I
Thank
hope you all
you.
have a great week.
Thank you, you too.
Okay.
Yep, you too.
Okay,
Is there
bye-bye.
another hoof chat next week?
Oh yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We look forward
Appreciate
to it.
the fact that
Okay,
you
dear.
do this every week and teach us is just, it's wonderful. So
Well,
thank you.
I'm learning myself, as you can see.
All right.
Okay.
Well, have a
This
good
is
night.
research after all. It's not I know it all.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Well,
Thank
God
you.
bless everyone and have a great, safe week.
Yeah,
You too.
Bless
Bye-bye.
you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
This thing don't tell me nothing.
I heard that.
They never, I just don't know.
I
You,
know. How's your horses? Where'd you get them, by the way?
oh, I'm crazy, Linda. I was really just wanting one, a buckskin.
Uh-huh.
And the two I had to put down. Well,
Yeah.
I thought I had to put down. I didn't know
Yeah.
at the time. Well, he had this 6-month-old looked exactly like Thunder, and I had to get him. So
Oh.
spitting image.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Well, send me pictures.
I sure will. I will get some tomorrow. I'm actually feeding them now.
Oh, really?
My, this guy, he is a monster. He's huge.
Really?
He's 6 months old, and he
Uh-huh.
up to my shoulders.
Oh, wow.
His full sister is Cheyenne.
Uh-huh.
And Cheyenne's not 15 hands.
Oh, wow. Well,
But
that's great. You got a full brother
brother,
to her.
yeah. And that made it a lot easier to
Yeah.
get him instead of the buckskin. So
Yeah.
but yeah, he's a monster. My gosh. I've never seen a baby that big.
Wow. I can't wait to see him.
Yeah. So I started working on their feet so I can get busy.
Yeah.
At
Getting them
least
so you
on
can pick them up and stuff.
yeah. And but yeah, they all look good. They might be a little turned in, but shoot, nothing like what I'm dealing with.
Oh, yeah. No kidding.
So I'm pretty excited.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on being a new mom.
But yeah, I'll get some pictures for you.
Okay.
How's your husband feeling? And you?
Much better. I'm better today for some reason.
Oh,
And
good.
stuff. Was talking earlier, and Janet thought it might be just because I fasted yesterday, and I noticed, like, okay, I've been sitting here now for a number of hours. Let's see if I can get up without screaming in pain.
Oh my
Yeah. Hey, that wasn't bad at all. All right. Now, as long as I don't cough, I'm fine. Okay.
Yeah.
You know how it is when you get old.
Yeah, I so do.
Oh, you would know because you work with old people. Okay. Okay. Anyway, hey, everybody have a great evening.
All right, dear. You have a good night.
Okay.
Thank you
Bye-bye,
again,
everyone.
Linda. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, this thing.